This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 1. The Catching of Unshelled Fish. First, catch your hare, the old cookery books used to say, and hence it is proper, in a treatise devoted entirely to the cooking of unshelled fish, to pay passing attention to the catching, or what the head of the house terms the masculine division of the subject. As it is evident that the catching must, in every case, precede the cooking, but not too far, the preface is the place to begin. Shellfish are, comparatively, slow of movement, without guile, pitifully trusting, and very easily caught. Observe the difference between the chunk of mutton and 4 feet of string with which one goes crabbing, and the complicated hooks, rods, flies, and reels devoted to the capture of unshelled fish. An unshelled fish is lively and elusive, past the power of words to portray, and in this undoubtedly lies its desirability. People will travel for 2 nights and a day to some spot where unshelled fish had once been seen, taking $59.99 worth of fishing tackle, marked down from $60 for today only, rent a canoe, hire a guide at more than human life is worth in courts of law, and work with dogged patience from gray dawn till sunset. And for what? For one small bass, which could have been bought at any trustworthy market for 65 cents, or possibly some poor little kitten-fish offspring of a catfish, whose mother's milk is not yet dry upon its lips. Other fish who have just been weaned and are beginning to notice solid food will repeatedly take a hook too large to swallow, and be dragged into the boat, literally, by the skin of the teeth. Note the cheerful little sunfish, 4 inches long, which is caught first on one side of the boat, and then on the other, by the patient fisherman angling off a rocky, weedy point for bass. But, as Grover Cleveland said, he is no fisherman who is willing to fish only when fish are biting. The real angler will sit all day in a boat in a pouring rain, eagerly watching the point of the rod, which never for an instant swerves a half-inch from the horizontal. The real angler will troll for miles with a hand line and a spinner, winding in the 35 dripping feet of the lure every 10 minutes to remove a weed, or to see if she's still a-spinnin'. Vainly he hopes for the muskellunge who has just gone somewhere else. But, by the same token, the sure-enough angler is ready to go out the next morning, rain or shine, at sunrise. It is a habit of unshelled fish to be in other places, or possibly at your place, but at another time. The guide can never understand what is wrong. 5 days ago he himself caught more bass than he could carry home at that identical rocky point. A man from La Porte, Indiana, whom he took out the week before, landed a 38-pound muskie in trolling through that same narrow channel. In the 40 years that the guide has lived in the place, man and boy, he has never known the fishin' to be as poor as it is now. Why, even old Pop Summers has ceased to fish. But the real angler continues, regardless of the local sage. He who has heard the line sing suddenly out of his reel, and after a hard-fought hour scooped a 6-pound black bass into his landing net, and weary, but still game, is not dismayed by bad luck. He who can cast a fly 100 feet or more finds pleasure in that, if not in fishing. Whoever has taken in a muskellunge of any size will ever after troll patiently, even through masses of weed. Whoever has leaned over the side of a sailboat, peering down into the green crystalline waters of the Gulf, and seen, 20 feet down, the shimmering sides of a 15-pound red grouper, firmly hooked and coming, will never turn over sleepily for a last nap, when his door is almost broken in at 5 a.m. And, fish or no fish, there are compensations. Into a day of heart-breaking and soul-sickening toil, when all the world goes wrong, must sometimes come the vision of a wooded shore, with tiny dark wavelets singing softly on the rocks, and a robin piping cheerily on the topmost bough of a maple. Tired eyes look past the musty ledger and the letter files to a tiny sapphire lake, set in hills, with the late afternoon light streaming in glory from the far mountains beyond. It may be cold up north, but down in the Gulf they are fishing, scudding among the Florida Keys in a little white sailboat, landing for lunch on a strand as snowy as the northern streets, where the shimmering distances of white sand are paved with shell and pearl, and the tide thrums out its old song under the palms. And fish? 250 pounds is the average day's catch for a small sailboat cruising among the Florida Keys. Yet, when all is said and done, the catching of fish is a matter of luck, a gambler's chance, if you will have it so. The cooking, in unskilled hands, is also a lottery, but by following the appended recipes becomes an art to which scientific principles have been faithfully applied. Having caught your fish, you may cook him 1,000 ways, but it is doubtful whether, even with the finest sauce, a pompano will taste half as good as the infantile muskellunge, several pounds under the legal weight, fried unskilfully in pork fat by a horny-handed woodsman, kneeling before an open fire, 18 minutes after you have given up all hope of having fish for dinner, and had resigned yourself to the dubious prospect of salt pork, eggs, and coffee, which any self-respecting coffee mill would fail to recognize. All of which is respectfully submitted by O.G. End of Section 1. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox, Summer 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 2. Fish in season. Bass, all the year. Blackfish, April 1st to November 1st. Bluefish, May 1st to November 1st. Butterfish, October 1st to May 1st. Carp, July 15th to November 1st. Codfish, all the year. Eels, all the year. Flounder, all the year. Haddock, all the year. Halibut, all the year. Herring, October 1st to May 1st. Kingfish, May 1st to November 1st. Mackerel, April 1st to October 1st. Mullet, June 1st to November 1st. Perch, September 1st to June 1st. Pickerel, June 1st to January 1st. Pike, June 1st to January 1st. Pompano, May 1st to August 1st, and November 15th to January 1st. Red snapper. October 1st to April 1st. Salmon all the year. Salmon trout, October 1st to April 1st. Shad, January 1st to June 1st. Sheep's head, June 15th to November 15th. Skate, September 1st to July 1st. Smelts, August 15th to April 15th. Sole, November 1st to May 1st. Sturgeon, June 1st to October 15th. Trout, April 1st to September 1st. Turbot, January 1st to July 15th. Weak fish, May 15th to October 15th. Whitebait, May 1st to April 1st. Whitefish, November 1st to March 1st. Salt, smoked, and canned fish are never out of season. End of Section 2. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Fall 2006. Section 3 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 3. 11 quart bouillons. 1. Put into the bottom of the fish kettle a thick layer of sliced carrots and onion, and a sliced lemon. Season with parsley, thyme, a bay leaf, half a dozen whole peppers, and 3 or 4 whole cloves. Lay the fish on top of this, and cover with equal parts of cold water and white wine, or with water and a little lemon juice or vinegar. Put the kettle over the fire and let it heat slowly. The fish must always be put into it while cold, and after boiling, allowed to cool in the water. 2. Cut fine a stalk of celery, a carrot, an onion, and a small sweet pepper. Fry in butter and add 8 cupfuls of water, 1 cupful of vinegar, and the trimmings of fish. Season with salt and pepper. Add half a bay leaf, 4 cloves, and 2 sprigs of parsley. Boil for 10 minutes and let cool thoroughly before cooking the fish in it. 3. 1 pint of water, 1 quart of white wine, 1 tablespoonful of butter, a bunch of parsley, 4 young onions, a clove of garlic, a bunch of thyme, a bay leaf, a carrot, and a blade of mace. Bring to the boil and let cool thoroughly before cooking the fish in it. 4. Fry a large onion in 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add half a can of tomatoes, salt, pepper, allspice, and minced parsley to season, and half a cupful of tomato ketchup. Add also 1 cupful of sliced carrot and sufficient water to cover the fish. 5. 1 onion, 2 bay leaves, 4 whole cloves, a stalk of celery, 2 sprigs of parsley, and 3 quarts of cold water. Add any trimmings of fish at hand. Simmer for 2 hours. Season with salt and pepper, and strain. Cool before using. 6. Chop fine 1 onion, 1 stalk of celery, and 2 or 3 sprigs of parsley. Fry in butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of salt, 6 peppercorns, a bay leaf, 3 cloves, 2 quarts of boiling water, and 2 cupfuls of vinegar or sour wine. Boil for 15 minutes. Strain and cool. Rub the fish with salt and lemon juice before cooking. 7. Chop fine a large onion and a carrot. Add 3 bay leaves, a few sprigs of parsley, a pinch of powdered thyme, and 3 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar. Add enough water to cover the fish. The vinegar may be omitted and equal parts of water and white wine used for liquid. 8. Chop fine a quarter of a pound of bacon and an onion. Fry, add a can of tomatoes, a chopped clove of garlic, and cayenne, salt and pepper to season. Add sufficient boiling water and cook for 15 minutes. Cool before putting in the fish. 9. Half a carrot, half an onion, 2 cloves, 3 sprigs of parsley, 3 peppercorns, 2 tablespoonfuls of lemon juice or vinegar, a teaspoonful of salt, a blade of mace, half a bay leaf, half a teaspoonful of paprika, a dash of celery salt, and 2 quarts of cold water. Bring to the boil and cool before using. 10. Fry an onion in butter. Add half a teaspoonful of beef extract, a pinch of celery seed, a few drops of Worcestershire, a tablespoonful of tomato ketchup, half a cupful of vinegar, and salt and pepper to season. Add 2 quarts of cold water. Bring to the boil and cool before using. 11. 4 quarts of water, 1 onion, 1 slice of carrot, 2 tablespoonfuls of salt, 1 tablespoonful of pepper, 2 cloves, 1 tablespoonful of vinegar, the juice of half a lemon, and a bouquet of sweet herbs. Boil for an hour before putting in the fish. End of Section 3. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Spring 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Good. www.soundsgood.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 4. 100 Simple Fish Sauces. Admiral Sauce. Add 2 pounded anchovies, 4 chopped shallots, a teaspoonful of chopped capers, and a little grated lemon peel to 1 cupful of drawn butter sauce. Reheat, season with salt and pepper and lemon juice. Serve hot. Albert Sauce. Boil 3 chopped shallots with a tablespoonful of butter and 1/4 cupful of vinegar. Add 1 cupful of freshly grated horseradish, half a cupful of white stock, and 1 cupful of veloute sauce. Boil until thick. Rub through a sieve. Reheat. Add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with a cupful of cream, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits, and a little minced parsley. Allemande Sauce 1. Pour 2 cupfuls of white stock into a saucepan with half a dozen mushrooms chopped fine, a 2-inch strip of lemon peel, salt and pepper to season, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Simmer for an hour and strain. Thicken with a teaspoonful of flour rubbed smooth in a little cold stock or water. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon. Reheat but do not boil. Take from the fire and add a tablespoonful of butter. Allemande Sauce 2. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 3 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Beat the yolks of 3 eggs and add the sauce gradually to the eggs, beating constantly. Strain, add the juice of half a lemon and a tablespoonful of butter. Serve hot. Anchovy butter. Soak, bone, dry, and pound 8 salted anchovies. Add twice their bulk of fresh butter. Mix thoroughly. Press forcibly through a fine sieve. Add a little more butter and the juice of a lemon. Make into small pats and keep in a cold place. Anchovy butter sauce. Prepare a pint of brown sauce according to directions elsewhere given, and season with melted butter, lemon juice, and anchovy essence. Anchovy sauce 1. Stir 2 tablespoonfuls of anchovy essence into 1 cupful of melted butter. Season with cayenne and powdered mace. Anchovy sauce 2. Pound 3 anchovies smooth with 3 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add 2 teaspoonfuls of vinegar and 1/4 cupful of water. Bring to the boil and thicken with a tablespoonful of flour rubbed smooth in a little cold water. Strain through a sieve and serve hot. Anchovy sauce 3. Add a tablespoonful of anchovy paste to a cupful of drawn butter sauce and season with lemon juice and paprika. Aurora sauce. Add 1/2 cupful of mushroom liquor to 1 cupful of bechamel sauce. Add also 3 tablespoonfuls of stewed and strained tomatoes and 1 tablespoonful of butter. Reheat, add a few cooked mushrooms cut into dice, and serve. Avignonnaise sauce. Chop together 4 shallots and 2 beans of garlic. Fry in olive oil. Add 2 cupfuls of bechamel sauce. Bring to the boil. Add the yolks of 3 eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls of grated Parmesan cheese, and a little minced parsley. Heat but do not boil, and use as soon as it thickens. Béarnaise sauce 1. Bring to the boil 2 tablespoonfuls each of vinegar and water. Simmer in it for 10 minutes a slice of onion. Take out the onion and add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten very light. Take from the fire. Add salt and pepper to season, and 4 tablespoonfuls of butter beaten to a cream. The butter should be added in small bits. Béarnaise sauce 2. Beat the yolks of 5 eggs. Add a pinch of salt and 1 tablespoonful of butter. Heat in a double boiler until it begins to thicken. Then take from the fire and add 2 more tablespoonfuls of butter. Season with minced fine herbs and parsley, and add a teaspoonful of tarragon vinegar. Béarnaise sauce 3. Beat the yolks of 2 eggs very light and put into a double boiler. Add gradually 3 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, then the same quantity of boiling water, then 1 tablespoonful of lemon juice. Season with salt and cayenne and serve immediately. Quick béarnaise sauce. Beat the yolks of 4 eggs with 4 tablespoonfuls of oil and 4 of water. Add a cupful of boiling water and cook slowly until thick and smooth. Take from the fire and add minced onion, capers, olives, pickles, and parsley, and a little tarragon vinegar. Bechamel sauce. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Bombay sauce. Season drawn butter sauce highly with chopped pickle, curry powder, and tarragon vinegar. Bordelaise sauce. Fry in butter a tablespoonful of chopped shallots and 2 minced beans of garlic. Add half a cupful of claret, a pinch of red pepper, and a pint of espagnole sauce. Boil until thick. Take from the fire and add lemon juice and minced parsley to season. Add also 1/4 pound of beef marrow cut into small pieces and parboiled in salted water. Serve at once. White Bordelaise sauce. Fry a tablespoonful of chopped onions in butter. Add a wineglassful of white wine and a cupful of veloute sauce. Season to taste. Boil for 5 minutes. Take from the fire. Add 1 tablespoonful each of minced parsley, lemon juice, and butter. Brown sauce 1. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of milk or cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Brown sauce 2. Fry in pork fat 2 slices of onion, a slice of carrot, a bay leaf, and a sprig of parsley. Add a heaping teaspoonful of flour and, when brown, a cupful of stock. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, strain, add the juice of half a lemon, and salt and pepper to taste. Brown butter sauce. Melt butter in a frying pan and cook until brown, taking care not to burn. Take from the fire and add lemon juice or vinegar and salt and pepper to taste. Serve hot. Butter sauce. Mix chopped hard-boiled eggs with a liberal amount of melted butter. Season with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Caper sauce 1. Add half a cupful of capers to 2 cupfuls of drawn butter sauce. Caper sauce 2. Prepare a pint of drawn butter sauce and add it to 2 tablespoonfuls of capers, a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, and salt and pepper to taste. Claret sauce. Reheat 1 cupful of brown sauce. Season with grated onion and half a cupful of claret. Bring to the boil and serve. Colbert sauce. Put into a saucepan 1 cupful of espagnole sauce, 2 tablespoonfuls of beef extract, the juice of a lemon, red and white pepper, and minced parsley to season, and half a cupful of butter in small bits. Heat, but do not boil, and serve at once. Cream sauce. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of cream or milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper. Cucumber sauce 1. Chop 2 cucumbers, drain, and add 1 tablespoonful of grated onion and half of a minced bean of garlic. Season with salt, pepper, and vinegar, and add enough olive oil to make a smooth paste. Serve immediately. Cucumber sauce 2. Grate 4 large cucumbers and drain. Season the pulp with salt, pepper, grated onion, and tarragon vinegar. Add enough whipped cream to make a smooth mixture and serve at once. Cucumber sauce 3. Chop a cucumber finely, season with salt, pepper, and vinegar, and add it to hollandaise sauce. Curry sauce. Fry a tablespoonful of chopped onion in butter and add a tablespoonful of flour mixed with a teaspoonful of curry powder. Mix thoroughly, add 1 cupful of cold water, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, season with salt and onion juice, and serve hot. Drawn butter sauce. Cook to a smooth paste 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of cold water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper. Dutch sauce. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with half a cupful of cream. Cook in a double boiler for 3 minutes. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of lemon juice, and strain. Duxelles sauce 1. Cook in butter 1 cupful of chopped mushrooms and 1 tablespoonful each of minced onion and parsley. Add to 1 pint of Spanish sauce and serve. Duxelles sauce 2. Prepare a pint of veloute sauce. Add a wineglassful of white wine and 2 tablespoonfuls of beef extract. Boil for 5 minutes. Add 2 tablespoonfuls each of chopped mushrooms and cooked beef tongue or ham. Add a little minced parsley. Reheat and serve. Egg sauce 1. Add 1/2 cupful of sliced or chopped hard-boiled eggs to 2 cupfuls of drawn butter sauce. Egg sauce 2. Prepare a cream sauce according to directions previously given, and add the yolks of 2 raw eggs, a tablespoonful of grated onion, a hard-boiled egg chopped fine, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Espagnole sauce. Add a small bay leaf, a blade of mace, and 2 cloves to 2 cupfuls of white stock. Simmer for 15 minutes. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 3 of flour. Add the heated stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 1 tablespoonful each of chopped ham, onion, celery, carrot, and parsley, with salt and paprika to season. Simmer for an hour, strain, and serve very hot. Fine herb sauce 1. Fry in butter 1 tablespoonful each of minced parsley and onion. Add to 1 pint of white sauce and reheat. Season with salt and pepper and serve. Fine herb sauce 2. Prepare according to directions given for brown Italian sauce, using butter instead of oil, and 1/2 cupful of minced parsley instead of the thyme and bay leaf. Season with grated nutmeg and add to either Spanish or veloute sauce. Flemish sauce. Prepare a cupful of drawn butter sauce. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten, and pepper, grated nutmeg, made mustard, vinegar, and minced parsley to season. Add gradually 1/2 cup of melted butter and serve. Garlic sauce. Peel the garlic and boil for an hour, changing the water 4 times. Drain, chop, and mix to a smooth paste with melted butter. The flavor is mild and resembles almond. Sauce à la Gasconne. Chop together a tablespoonful of capers and a bean of garlic. Fry in olive oil, seasoning with pepper and grated nutmeg. Add a wineglassful of white wine, a cupful of veloute sauce, a bay leaf, and a sprig of thyme. Boil for 15 minutes. Skim, add another wineglassful of white wine. Strain and add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Season with lemon juice, butter, anchovy essence, and minced parsley. Geneva sauce. Brown 1 tablespoonful of flour in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of thick stock and 1 cupful of red wine, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 2 small onions chopped, a bunch of sweet herbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped mushrooms, and salt and pepper to season. Simmer for half an hour. Add a wineglassful of Madeira, strain, and serve. Gooseberry sauce. Boil a pint of green gooseberries for 10 minutes in water to cover. Drain, press through a sieve, and mix with an equal quantity of white sauce. Hessian sauce. Mix 4 tablespoonfuls of freshly grated horseradish with an equal quantity of fresh breadcrumbs, a tablespoonful of sugar, and a little salt and pepper. Mix to a smooth paste with sour cream and serve with baked fish. Hollandaise sauce 1. Beat 1/2 cupful of butter to a cream and add gradually the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Then add the juice of 1/2 lemon and pepper and salt to season. Place the bowl over boiling water and beat with an egg beater until thick and smooth. Take from the fire and beat for a few moments. Be careful not to cook it too long. Hollandaise sauce 2. Put a bay leaf and a chopped onion in 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar. Bring to the boiling point, strain, and cool. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour. Add 1/2 cupful of cold water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with the vinegar. Reheat for a moment, seasoning with salt and pepper. Strain and serve immediately. Lemon juice may be used in place of the vinegar. Horseradish sauce 1. Add 1/2 cupful of freshly grated horseradish to a cupful of drawn butter sauce. Season with lemon juice and beat until smooth. Horseradish sauce 2. Prepare a cream sauce according to directions previously given, and add 3 tablespoonfuls of freshly grated horseradish and 1/2 cupful of melted butter. Serve with boiled fish. Horseradish sauce 3. To 1 cupful of Spanish sauce, add 2 tablespoonfuls of prepared horseradish, 2 tablespoonfuls of breadcrumbs, a teaspoonful of powdered sugar, and salt, pepper, and made mustard to season. Heat in a double boiler, and just before serving, add 1/2 cupful of whipped or cold cream, cow cream, not cosmetic. Italian sauce. Fry in butter 2 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley and 1 tablespoonful of chopped mushrooms and shallots. Add 2 cupfuls of white wine and boil until reduced half. Add 1 cupful of veloute sauce and 1/2 cupful of stock. Boil until thick, skim, and serve. Brown Italian sauce. Fry in olive oil 1/2 cupful of chopped mushrooms, 4 chopped shallots, a sprig of thyme, and a bay leaf. Add 1/2 cupful of white wine and simmer until the liquid is reduced half. Take out the thyme and bay leaf, add a cupful of Spanish sauce, skim, boil, and serve. Japanese sauce. Chop fine a shallot and 2 cloves of garlic. Add 2 tablespoonfuls each of walnut catsup, soy, and Worcestershire sauce. Season highly with paprika. Add 2 cupfuls of tarragon vinegar and let stand for 2 weeks. Strain and serve with fish. Jersey sauce. Brown 4 tablespoonfuls of flour in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of brown stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and Worcestershire. Lemon sauce 1. Melt 1/2 cupful of butter and add it to the juice of a large lemon. When very hot, take from the fire and pour over the well-beaten yolks of 2 eggs. Lemon sauce 2. Prepare a pint of drawn butter sauce according to directions previously given. Season with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and lemon juice, and add 1/2 cupful of melted butter. Livornaise sauce. Soak, bone, and pound to a pulp 8 salted anchovies. Add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Add slowly 1/2 cupful of olive oil and 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar. Season with pepper, grated nutmeg, and minced parsley. Serve very cold. Lobster sauce 1. Add 1/2 cupful of chopped, cooked lobster meat and the pounded coral to each cupful of drawn butter sauce. Season with paprika, butter, and lemon juice. Lobster sauce 2. Prepare a hollandaise sauce and mix with finely cut cooked lobster meat. Season with melted butter, lemon juice, Tabasco, and Worcestershire. Maître d'hôtel sauce. Work into 1/2 cupful of butter all the lemon juice it will take and add a teaspoonful or more of minced parsley. Or melt the butter without burning, take from the fire, add the juice of 1/2 lemon and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Mayonnaise. Put into an earthen bowl the yolk of a fresh egg and a pinch of salt, a dash of red pepper, and 1/2 teaspoonful of dry mustard. Place the bowl on ice or in ice water. Pour 1 cupful of olive oil into a small pitcher from which it will drop easily. When the egg and seasoning are thoroughly mixed, begin to add the oil, using a silver teaspoon, and rubbing rather than stirring. Add the oil until a clear spot is formed upon the egg, and then mix until smooth. Only a few drops can be added at first, but the quantity may be gradually increased. The clear spot on the egg is an infallible test of the right quantity of oil. If too much oil is added, the dressing will curdle. A few drops of lemon juice and a long beating will usually make it right again. If this fails, set the bowl directly on the ice in the refrigerator and let stand for ½ an hour. If it is still curdled, begin again with the yolk of another egg and add the curdled mayonnaise by degrees to the new dressing. When the mayonnaise is so thick that it is difficult to stir, add the juice of 1/2 lemon if desired. Milanese sauce. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, add 2 chopped mushrooms and 2 boned and pounded anchovies. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook until the flour is brown. Add 1 cupful of brown stock and 1 tablespoonful each of sherry and vinegar drained from capers. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, seasoning with salt, cayenne, and made mustard. Simmer for 20 minutes, strain, add 1 tablespoonful of capers, boil for 5 minutes, and serve. Mushroom sauce. Prepare a drawn butter sauce according to directions previously given, and add to it 1 cupful of chopped, cooked mushrooms. Niçoise sauce. Rub through a fine sieve the yolks of 3 hard-boiled eggs. Put into a deep bowl with 2 raw yolks, a tablespoonful of made mustard, and salt and pepper to season. Add gradually half a cupful of olive oil and a little vinegar, finishing with 2 tablespoonfuls of minced fine herbs. Nonpareil sauce. Add chopped hard-boiled eggs and chopped cooked mushrooms to hollandaise sauce. Normandy sauce. Add 1 tablespoonful of mushroom catsup to 1 pint of velouté sauce and cook for 10 minutes. Add 1/4 cupful of strong fish stock, bring to the boil, take from the fire, and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon. Strain, add a tablespoonful of butter, and serve. Olive sauce. Prepare according to directions given for Jersey sauce, adding half a dozen chopped olives instead of the Worcestershire. Oyster sauce 1. Prepare a cream sauce according to directions previously given, using the oyster liquor for part of the liquid. Add parboiled oysters cut fine and season with paprika and lemon juice. Oyster sauce 2. Cook 2 dozen oysters in their liquor with a little water, butter, white and red pepper, and grated nutmeg. Thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten, the juice of a lemon, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Serve with boiled fish. Parsley sauce 1. Prepare a drawn butter sauce according to directions previously given. Add half a cupful of fine minced parsley and season with lemon juice. Parsley sauce 2. Boil 2 large bunches of parsley in water to cover for 5 minutes. Strain the water and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with a little vinegar, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits, and a little minced parsley. Parsley and lemon sauce. Squeeze the juice out of a lemon. Remove the seeds and chop the pulp fine with a bunch of parsley. Add a little of the grated peel. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add the parsley and the lemon and 1 1/2 cupfuls of stock. Season with salt, pepper, and powdered mace, and boil for 10 minutes. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with a little cold stock, and serve. Persillade sauce. Put into a bowl 1/4 cupful of olive oil with a tablespoonful of made mustard, the juice of 2 lemons, and 2 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley, and salt and pepper to season. Add a few drops of tarragon vinegar. Mix thoroughly and serve. Piquante sauce 1. Cook together a teaspoonful of chopped onion, a pinch of sugar, a few drops of Worcestershire sauce, and 1 tablespoonful each of chopped capers and pickles, with 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, and salt and cayenne to season. Prepare a Spanish sauce and add the mixture to it. Piquante sauce 2. Mix together half a cupful of beef stock, 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped pickle, 1 tablespoonful each of chopped onion, capers, and parsley, a teaspoonful each of sugar and salt and paprika to season. Poor man's sauce. Brown a tablespoonful of flour in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of tomato catsup and 1 of anchovy essence. Strain and serve. Portuguese sauce. Put 6 tablespoonfuls of butter into a saucepan with the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon. Season with salt and pepper and heat thoroughly, but do not boil. Take from the fire, stir until thick, and serve immediately. Poulette sauce. Simmer for 10 minutes a pint of white sauce. seasoning with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Beat the yolks of 3 eggs light and pour the hot sauce over them slowly. Cook for 2 minutes in a double boiler and serve immediately. Ravagot sauce. Put 1 cupful of stock into a saucepan with 2 tablespoonfuls of white wine and 3 tablespoonfuls of chopped chives and parsley. Season with salt and pepper and simmer for 20 minutes. Thicken with 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the juice of half a lemon, and serve. Cold Ravagot sauce. Chop together a tablespoonful each of parsley, chives, chervil, tarragon, and shallot. Add to a stiff mayonnaise and tint green if desired with color paste. Remoulade sauce. Mix 2 tablespoonfuls each of capers and minced anchovies. Add a tablespoonful of minced parsley, a teaspoonful of dry mustard, and salt and pepper to taste. Add 1/2 bean of garlic, chopped very fine, and enough olive oil to make a smooth paste. Add a few drops of vinegar and serve. Royale sauce. Cook together 1/2 cupful of butter and the beaten yolks of 3 eggs until the yolks begin to thicken. Take from the fire and add by degrees 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, 2 tablespoonfuls of Indian soy, 1 finely chopped small pickle, and cayenne and salt to season. Mix thoroughly and cool. Serve cold. Sardine sauce. Add skinned, boned, and mashed sardines to mayonnaise. Beat until smooth and serve with cold fish. Shad roe sauce. Boil, drain, skin, and mash a shad roe. Season with salt, pepper, grated onion, and powdered mace. Add 1/2 cupful of Madeira and 1/2 cupful or more of melted butter. Serve with shad or any other fish. Shrimp sauce. Add 1 cupful of chopped cooked shrimps to each pint of white sauce. Season with lemon juice, paprika, and Tabasco sauce. Sicilian sauce. Slice 4 onions, fry brown and drain carefully. Put into a saucepan with 2 cupfuls of Espagnole sauce, a wineglassful of sherry, and a pinch of cayenne pepper. Reheat, strain, and serve. Spanish sauce. Prepare according to directions given for brown sauce, using 1 cupful of highly seasoned stock for liquid. Supreme sauce. Prepare according to directions given for drawn butter sauce, using chicken stock and a little cream for liquid. Take from the fire and add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of half a lemon. Tartar sauce 1. Chop together capers, olives, parsley, and pickles. Add 1/2 cupful of the mixture to a cupful of mayonnaise. Tartar sauce 2. Mix together 1 tablespoonful each of vinegar and Worcestershire sauce. Add a teaspoonful of lemon juice and a pinch of salt. Brown 1/2 cupful of butter and strain into the hot vinegar. Serve hot. Tartar sauce 3. Prepare a cupful of drawn butter sauce and add it to a teaspoonful each of made mustard, grated onion, and chopped pickle. Take from the fire. Season with salt and cayenne. Add the beaten yolk of an egg and serve. Tomato sauce 1. Prepare according to directions given for drawn butter sauce, using tomato juice or stewed and strained canned tomatoes for liquid. Tomato sauce 2. Chop together capers, pickles, onion, and olives. There should be 1/2 cupful in all. Add 1/2 cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes, a teaspoonful each of made mustard and sugar, and salt and cayenne to season highly. Serve very hot. Tomato sauce 3. Chop fine an onion and a clove of garlic. Fry in butter and add 1/2 can of stewed and strained tomatoes. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Season with salt and pepper and serve. Brown tomato sauce. Fry a tablespoonful of chopped onion in butter. Add 1 tablespoonful of flour and 1/2 cupful each of stock and stewed and strained tomato. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and kitchen bouquet. Strain and serve. Veloute sauce. Cook together 3 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of white stock and 1/4 cupful of cream. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, cayenne, grated nutmeg, and minced parsley. Simmer for an hour. Strain and serve. Venetienne sauce 1. Cook together for 5 minutes 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, 6 peppercorns, a tablespoonful of chopped ham, 6 parsley roots, a sprig of thyme, and a bay leaf. Strain and add to 1 cupful of veloute sauce. Reheat, add a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and serve. Venetienne sauce 2. Add minced parsley, tarragon vinegar, grated nutmeg, and a tablespoonful of butter to Allemande sauce. Vinaigrette sauce. Mix 4 tablespoonfuls of olive oil with 1 tablespoonful of vinegar. Season with salt and paprika and add it to minced parsley, pickle, and capers. Whipped cream sauce. Mix a teaspoonful of dry mustard with a tablespoonful of vinegar and 2 tablespoonfuls of freshly grated horseradish. Mix with 1/4 cupful of mayonnaise and, when smooth, fold in carefully 1 cupful of whipped cream. Season with salt and red pepper and serve very cold with cold fish. White sauce. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of white stock and 1/2 cupful of cream. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper. 1 1/2 cupfuls of milk may be used instead of the stock and cream. End of section 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 5. 10 Ways to Serve Anchovies. 1. Clean, bone, and trim the fish. Arrange on a dish, alternating with quarters of hard-boiled eggs. Moisten with olive oil, sprinkle with parsley, and serve with toasted crackers. 2. Split the anchovies, wash in white wine, and bone them. Make a paste with the yolks of eggs, equal parts of minced cooked fish, and breadcrumbs. Stuff the anchovies, dip into batter, and fry in deep fat. 3. Pound the fish in a mortar, seasoning with minced parsley, grated onion, and cayenne. Serve on small circles of fried bread as a first course at dinner. 4. Drain a bottle of anchovies and mash fine with enough butter to make a smooth paste. Season with lemon juice and cayenne. Spread on fingers of toast and lay a whole anchovy on each piece. 5. Wash 8 salted anchovies, remove the skin and bones, and soak in clear water for an hour. Drain and wipe dry. Arrange on lettuce leaves with sliced hard-boiled eggs and pour over a French dressing. 6. Toast circles of bread, spread with butter, cover with chopped hard-boiled eggs, make a hollow in the egg, lay an anchovy upon it, and set into a hot oven for 5 minutes. 7. Toast thin circles of graham bread, butter, and cover each piece with anchovies. Sprinkle with lemon juice and paprika, and put into hot oven for 5 minutes. 8. Clean and rinse the fish and dry on a cloth. Butter a small baking dish, put in a layer of cracker crumbs, then a layer of anchovies, then sugar and crumbs. Repeat until the dish is full, having crumbs and butter on top. Beat the yolks of 2 eggs with half a cupful of cream and a little sugar. Pour over the fish and bake in the oven. 9. Use salted Norwegian anchovies soaked for 2 hours in cold water. Split down the back, bone, and skin, cut into strips, and arrange on a platter. Mince separately parsley, capers, boiled carrots, beets, and the whites and yolks of hard-boiled eggs. Arrange small piles of contrasting colors among the fish, and pour over a French dressing. 10. Fry thin circles of bread, put a pimola in the center, and curl an anchovy around it. Fill the remaining space with chopped hard-boiled eggs, and serve as a first course at dinner or luncheon. End of section 5.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Walter. www.sjwalter.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 6. 45 Ways to Cook Bass. Baked Bass 1. Scale, wash, and clean, leaving the head intact. Make a stuffing of 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, 1 cupful of butter, 2 eggs well beaten, and enough cold water to make a smooth paste. Season with pepper, salt, grated lemon, minced parsley, thyme, and marjoram. Split the fish, stuff, and sew up. Lay thin slices of salt pork over the fish and put into a baking pan with a little boiling water seasoned with wine and tomato juice. Bake carefully, basting frequently. The gravy may be thickened and served with the fish. Baked Bass 2. Split the fish and stuff with seasoned mashed potatoes. Put a little boiling water and a tablespoonful of butter into the baking pan and baste frequently while cooking. Baked Bass 3. Rub the inside of the fish with salt. Sprinkle the outside with pepper and salt. Cover with sliced onion and salt pork. Dredge with flour and put into the baking pan with sufficient boiling water to keep from burning. Baste frequently while cooking. Remove the pork and onion. Thicken the sauce with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour, blended and mixed with a little tomato ketchup. Pour the hot sauce over the fish and serve. Baked Bass 4. Make a stuffing of 1 cupful of breadcrumbs, 1 teaspoonful each of melted butter, Worcester sauce, tomato ketchup, minced parsley, minced onion, minced olives or pickles, lemon juice, salt, black pepper, and paprika to taste, and sufficient cold water to moisten. Sew up the fish and bake as usual. Serve with tartar sauce. Baked Bass with white wine. Put a bass into a baking dish with salt, pepper, and mushroom liquor to season, and enough white wine to moisten. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 15 minutes. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add 3 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with a little cold water and the juice of half a lemon. Add a tablespoonful of butter and the juice in the baking pan. Pour over the bass and serve. Baked Bass with shrimp sauce. Marinate the clean fish for an hour in oil and vinegar. Put into a baking pan with slices of salt pork underneath and on top and sufficient boiling water to keep from burning. Add a teaspoonful of butter to the water and baste 2 or 3 times during the hour of baking. Strain the gravy and set aside. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter. Add 1 tablespoonful of flour and cook until brown. Add 1 cupful of the liquid left in the baking pan, making up the required quantity with boiling water, if necessary. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with cayenne and lemon juice, and add half a can of shrimps chopped fine. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked and stuffed black bass. Mix together 1 cupful of breadcrumbs, 2 small onions chopped, 2 eggs well beaten, and cold water to moisten. Season with Worcester, Tabasco, and minced parsley. Stuff a bass with this mixture, rub with melted butter, and bake with a little boiling water, basting as required. Baked bass a la Newport. Clean the fish, gash the top, season with salt and pepper, and cover with thin slices of salt pork. Pour a little boiling water into the pan and bake slowly, basting as required. Serve with the pork. Bacon may be used instead. Baked bass a la Manhattan. Butter a baking dish, put in the cleansed fish, rub with melted butter, season with salt and pepper, and cover with thin slices of bacon and breadcrumbs. Add a little boiling water and bake in a very hot oven, basting as required. Baked bass and tomatoes. Select 1 large bass or 2 small ones. Clean the head and let it remain on the fish. Slice 4 tomatoes and cut in halves. Make a plain bread dressing. Open the fish, rub the inside lightly with salt and soft butter. Lay a thick layer of tomatoes in, then a layer of the bread dressing, alternating them until the fish is well stuffed, then bind with a tape. Lard the fish with strips of salt pork. Lay in a baking pan, add 1 cupful of hot water and 1 tablespoonful of butter, and bake, basting often. In 15 minutes, take the pan out of the oven and spread the fish with a layer of thinly sliced tomatoes, seasoned with a sprinkling of salt, some melted butter, and a light sprinkling of grated cheese. Bake until the tomatoes are done, then carefully remove it to a platter, taking off the tape first. Garnish with parsley and serve. Baked bass a la Babette. Clean the fish, salt it well, and put into a baking pan with a cupful of water. Put lumps of butter on top and season with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Bake for an hour, basting often. Add a wineglassful of sherry and a little catsup to the sauce remaining in the pan. Thicken with a teaspoonful of flour, rubbed smooth with a little cold water. Baked fillets of bass. Cut bass into small fillets, sprinkle with salt and pepper, put into a shallow pan. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 12 minutes in a hot oven. Serve with a border of boiled rice and hollandaise sauce. Baked bass a la Montmorency. Clean, skin, and bone a bass and cut into pieces. Butter a baking dish, put in the fish, season with salt, pepper, and white wine. Cover with buttered paper and set in the oven until the fish is partly cooked. Take out the fish and arrange in a baking pan. Add to the remaining liquor a chopped onion, half a dozen mushrooms, and 2 sprigs of parsley finely chopped. Add a little stock and thicken with a teaspoonful of flour rubbed smooth in a little cold water. Pour this sauce over the fish, lay a large mushroom on each piece, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven. Sprinkle with lemon juice before serving. Stuffed sea bass. Clean the fish and cover it with a marinade of olive oil and vinegar. Soak for an hour. Fill the fish with chopped salt pork and mushrooms. Put into a baking pan with slices of salt pork underneath and on top, and sufficient boiling water. Bake for 40 minutes. Cover with slices of tomatoes and half a sweet green pepper chopped fine. Dot with butter and bake for 20 minutes more. Take up the fish and rub the sauce through a colander. Stir in a tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour, add 1 teaspoonful of sugar and 2 teaspoonfuls of grated onion. Dilute with boiling water if too thick. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Bass a la Bordelaise. Split a large sea bass. Put into a baking dish with a wineglassful of claret and salt and pepper to season. Sprinkle with chopped shallot, cover with buttered paper, and cook in a moderate oven for 15 minutes. Lay the bass on a platter, put the juice in a saucepan with half a teaspoonful of beef extract, 4 chopped mushrooms, and a bruised bean of garlic. Thicken with flour browned in butter, bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve very hot. Boiled bass. Clean the fish, put it into warm salted water, and simmer for 20 minutes. Boiled sea bass with egg sauce. Boil the fish according to directions previously given. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of the water in which the fish was boiled, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Add 3 hard-boiled eggs, coarsely chopped. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled bass with mushrooms. Boil a bass in water to cover, adding to the water 4 tablespoonfuls of vinegar, 6 peppercorns, and a little salt. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 1 tablespoon of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add 1 cupful or more of boiling water, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add the juice of half a lemon, half a can of mushrooms chopped fine, and pepper and salt and minced parsley to season. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled black bass with cream sauce. Clean the bass and sew it up in coarse cheesecloth. Boil in enough water to cover, adding half a cupful of vinegar, a sliced onion, 6 or 8 whole peppers, a blade of mace, and salt to season. Take up the fish and reduce the liquid by rapid boiling. Strain and set aside. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 1 tablespoonful of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add a cupful of the strained liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season to taste, add half a cupful of cream, bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and garnish with sliced lemons. Black sea bass à la poulette. Prepare a poulette sauce and pour over the black sea bass boiled according to directions previously given. Cold bass with tartar sauce. Boil the fish in court bouillon and drain. Chop fine parsley, pickles, olives, and capers. Mix with a stiff mayonnaise and spread over the fish. Serve with a border of sliced cucumbers. Broiled bass. Clean the fish, split it, and cut each half into 2 or 3 pieces. Dip in oil or melted butter, sprinkle with flour, and broil carefully. Broiled black bass. Clean and split the fish, remove the bone, rub with melted butter or oil, and broil carefully. Pour over a little melted butter and garnish with lemon and parsley. Bass stewed with tomatoes. Clean the fish, remove the bones, and cut into square pieces. Fry 2 sliced onions in olive oil. Lay the fish upon it, season with salt and pepper, and pour over a can of tomatoes which have been rubbed through a sieve. Season with salt and pepper, cover closely, and cook for an hour. Serve in the same dish. Fried bass with bacon. Clean and cut up the fish, season with pepper and salt, roll in flour, and fry in hot lard. Serve with rashers of bacon fried separately. Garnish with parsley and lemon. Fried black bass. Scale, clean, and cut up the fish. Season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and fry in deep fat. Breaded fillet of bass. Clean the fish and cut into convenient pieces. Season with salt and pepper, dip in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve very hot with tartar sauce. Breaded bass with bacon. Clean the fish and cut into pieces. Season with pepper and salt, roll in flour, then in beaten egg, then in breadcrumbs. Fry in deep fat and serve with a border of rashers of bacon fried separately. Garnish with parsley. Broiled sea bass with parsley sauce. Put 2 medium-sized cleaned sea bass into a fish kettle with a bunch of parsley. Cover with salted and acidulated water, bring to the boil. Simmer for half an hour, drain, garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve with a parsley sauce. Fried sea bass with tartar sauce. Clean and wipe small sea bass, score the sides deeply, dip in milk, roll in flour, fry in deep fat, drain, sprinkle with salt, and garnish with quartered lemons and fried parsley. Serve with tartar sauce. Matelote of sea bass. Clean 3 pounds of sea bass and cut in convenient pieces for serving. Put into a saucepan with a bunch of parsley, salt and pepper to season, and a teaspoonful of sweet herbs. Add 2 onions sliced and 2 cloves of garlic. Cover with equal parts of stock and claret, and simmer slowly until the fish is done. Move the fish carefully to a serving dish and strain the liquid into another saucepan. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in as much butter as is required to make a smooth paste. Add the liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add to the sauce 3 tablespoonfuls of essence of anchovy and some mushrooms and small button onions fried brown in butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Broiled sea bass. Select a large fish, clean and split. Season with salt and pepper. Rub with olive oil and broil carefully. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce and garnish with lemon and parsley. Sea bass a la Buena Vista. Prepare and clean a large sea bass. Cut a long, deep incision lengthwise on each side. Place in a buttered baking dish with a chopped onion, a bunch of parsley, a pinch of sweet herbs, half a can of tomatoes, and a small green pepper shredded. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, add 2 cupfuls of stock and 1 cupful of port wine. Dot with butter and bake in a moderate oven for 40 minutes, basting freely. Take up the fish and strain the sauce. Melt a tablespoonful of butter, brown in it a tablespoonful of flour, add 2 cupfuls of well-seasoned beef stock, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Combine these 2 sauces, cover the fish with broiled tomatoes, pour the sauce over, sprinkle with parsley and lemon juice, and serve. Boiled sea bass with melted butter sauce. Boil the fish in acidulated water according to directions previously given. Drain, garnish with parsley, and serve with a sauce made by melting half a cupful of butter with the juice of a lemon and seasoning with white pepper and a little grated nutmeg. Sea bass a la Francais. Clean and trim 2 large sea bass. Put into a saucepan with salt and pepper to season, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 large onions sliced, a bunch of parsley, and enough claret to cover the fish. Simmer for 40 minutes, drain, and place on a serving dish. Take out the parsley and keep the liquid warm. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, add the onions and liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add stock or water if there is not enough liquid. Add a tablespoonful each of melted butter and minced parsley, pour over the fish, and serve. Sea bass with black butter. Boil medium-sized sea bass in salted and acidulated water, drain, and marinate with salt, pepper, and vinegar. Brown a cupful of butter in a saucepan, skim, pour the top part over the fish, leaving the sediment in the pan. Garnish with fried parsley, and serve. Striped bass with shad roe. Clean a 4-pound striped bass and soak the soft roes of 4 shad in cold water. Put the bass into a fish kettle with an onion, salt and pepper to season, a small bunch of parsley, a tablespoonful of butter, 2 wineglassfuls of white wine, and enough white stock to cover. Cover, cook for half an hour or more, basting as required, and drain. Strain the liquid and add it to a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Cook until it thickens, stirring constantly. Add the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Cook the roes for 5 minutes in salted and acidulated water, drain, cut in 2, and arrange around the fish. Pour the sauce over, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Fillets of striped bass a la Bordelaise. Clean 2 striped bass and cut into fillets. Cover the trimmings with water, add 1 cupful of white wine, 2 cupfuls of white stock, a sliced onion, a bay leaf, a sprig of thyme, a tablespoonful of butter, and salt and pepper to season. Skin the fillets, season with salt, and marinate for half an hour in oil and lemon juice. Drain, sprinkle with flour, dip in egg yolks beaten smooth with a little melted butter, then in crumbs. Broil carefully, basting with melted butter as required. Fry a tablespoonful of chopped onion in 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook to a smooth paste. Add the liquid strained from the fish trimmings and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add half a cupful of stewed and strained tomato, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Season with red pepper and lemon juice, pour over the fish, and serve. Fillets of striped bass a la Manhattan. Clean and trim a 4-pound bass, skin, remove the bones, and chop very fine. Add 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, and enough cream to make a stiff paste. Shape into cutlets, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat or sauté in clarified butter. Drain and serve with tomato sauce. Striped bass with caper sauce. Clean and trim a large striped bass. Cut 2 incisions across the back, tie in a circle, and boil slowly in salted and acidulated water for 40 minutes. Drain, pour over a caper sauce, garnish with parsley, and serve. Striped bass à la Dauphine. Clean and trim a striped bass. Put into a fish kettle with salt, pepper, a bunch of parsley, a pinch of sweet herbs, a sliced onion, 2 cupfuls of white wine, 2 cupfuls of water, and 4 tablespoonfuls of butter. Cook for 40 minutes in a moderate oven, basting frequently. Drain the fish, strain the liquor, and add enough white stock or oyster liquor to make the required quantity of sauce. Cook 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in 1 tablespoonful of butter, add the liquid, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 3 egg yolks well beaten with 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, the juice of half a lemon, and a pinch of paprika. Bring to the boiling point, pour over the fish, and serve. Garnish with fried mushrooms. Striped bass à la Cardinal. Clean and trim a striped bass. Cook in a fish kettle with 2 cupfuls of water, 1 cupful of white wine, 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, a bunch of parsley, an onion, a carrot sliced, and salt and pepper to season. Simmer for 40 minutes and drain. Add 2 cupfuls of white stock to the liquid, strain, and skim off the fat. Cook 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in a tablespoonful of butter. Add the strained liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of a lemon, 4 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, and a pinch of paprika. Bring to the boil, then take from the fire, add sufficient dried and pounded lobster coral to color, pour over the fish, and serve. Striped bass à la Hollandaise. Clean and trim a striped bass and simmer half an hour in salted and acidulated water to cover. Drain, garnish with parsley, and serve with Hollandaise sauce. Striped bass à la Commodore. Clean and stuff a striped bass. Put into a fish kettle with a bunch of parsley, a cupful of mixed vegetables cut fine, a cupful of white wine, a cupful of oyster liquor, and enough water or stock to cover. Simmer for 40 minutes and drain. Strain the gravy, skim off the fat, and set aside. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 1 cupful of stock, and cook until very thick, stirring constantly. Add the strained sauce and reheat, stirring until smooth. Add a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, and lemon juice to taste. Pour over the fish and serve. Striped bass à l'américaine. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add a pint of oysters with their liquor and the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Prepare and trim a striped bass. Fill with the oyster mixture, season, and sew up. Put into a fish kettle with enough white wine and water in equal parts to cover. Add a sliced onion, a bunch of parsley, a little salt and pepper, and a tablespoonful of butter. Simmer for an hour and drain. Strain the gravy and skim off the fat. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and 1 of butter. Add the strained liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with 4 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, the juice of a lemon, and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Garnish with fried oysters. Striped bass à la Marseille. Clean a large striped bass and divide into fillets. Put into a fish boiler with 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 large onions sliced, a bunch of parsley, a bay leaf, salt and pepper to season, and red wine and water in equal parts to cover. Simmer for an hour, drain the fish, take out the parsley, strain the liquid, and spread the cooked onions over the fish. Cook 3 tablespoonfuls of flour in 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, add the strained liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, Add the juice of a small lemon, a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. When the butter is melted, pour over the fish and serve. Striped Bass a la Conti. Clean and trim a large striped bass. Put into a baking pan with 4 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, a small onion chopped fine, salt and pepper to season, a bunch of parsley, and 2 cupfuls each of white wine and white stock. Cover and cook for an hour in a moderate oven, basting often. Drain the fish and remove the parsley. Strain the sauce. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in 1 of butter, add the strained liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add the juice of half a lemon and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. End of section 6.
Section 7 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 7. 8 ways to cook blackfish. Blackfish à la Américaine. Draw 2 large blackfish, trim and clean thoroughly. Put into a baking dish with 2 chopped onions, fried in butter. Add 2 cups of cold water and a half a cupful of port wine. Season with salt and pepper, a pinch of powdered cloves, mace, allspice and thyme, 2 bay leaves, a small bunch of parsley, and 2 leeks. Cover tightly and cook for an hour. Lift out the fish and strain the liquid. Thicken it with a tablespoonful of butter, blended with an equal quantity of flour. Bring to the boil, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and minced parsley and lemon juice to season. Pour over the fish and serve. Blackfish with fine herbs. Put the cleaned fish into a baking dish with chopped onions, parsley, and mushrooms. Gash the fish and fill the incisions with butter and chopped onion. Moisten with equal parts of white wine and stock, cover with buttered paper, and cook in a moderate oven for half an hour, basting frequently. Take out the fish, strain the sauce, and add stock to make the necessary quantity. Thicken with a tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour, and pour over the dish. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Sprinkle with lemon juice before serving. Broiled catfish with chili sauce. Clean the fish, season with salt and pepper, rub with oil, and broil slowly. Fry in butter a cupped shallot and 2 chili peppers. Add 2 chopped tomatoes, a wine glassful of Catawba wine, and a cupful of stock. Boil to the consistency of a thick sauce. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and a little chopped parsley. Spread over the fish. Matelote of blackfish. Cover 4 pounds of cleaned blackfish with equal parts of claret and water. Add salt and pepper to season, 2 small cloves of garlic, 2 onions sliced, and a bunch of parsley. Boil for half an hour and strain the liquid. Thicken it with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter blended with a little flour. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a tablespoonful of anchovy paste, and lemon juice to season. Strain over the fish and garnish with fresh fired mushrooms and small white onions sprinkled with sugar and fried brown in clarified butter. Stewed blackfish a la Newport. Cook 4 pounds of blackfish in Catawba wine and water to cover, seasoning with parsley and onion, 3 cloves, salt, and half a dozen peppercorns. Boil for half an hour. Strain the sauce and thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour browned in butter. Cook until thick. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of half a lemon. Strain over the fish and surround with a border of baked tomatoes. Baked blackfish 1. Put 2 cleaned blackfish into a buttered baking pan with 1 cupful of port wine and 2 cupfuls of water. Add salt, white and red pepper, grated nutmeg, minced parsley, and sweet herbs to season. Dot the fish with butter, covered with buttered paper, and bake for 45 minutes, basting as required. Take out the fish, strain the sauce, and put it into a saucepan with 2 cupfuls of stock. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter blended with an equal quantity of flour, and boil for 10 minutes. Skim, add 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and anchovy paste, and lemon juice to taste. Reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked blackfish 2. Remove the skin and fins from a 6-pound fish and place in a baking pan. Cover with 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs moistened with hot water, and seasoned with butter, salt, pepper, sage, summer savory, and sweet marjoram. Bake for an hour and a half and serve with any preferred sauce. Blackfish with port wine sauce. Put 2 cleaned blackfish into a pan with 1 cupful of port wine, 1 cupful of water, 1 cupful of white stock, and salt, pepper, minced parsley, and sweet herbs to season. Cover and simmer for 40 minutes. Take out the fish, add 2 cupfuls of stock to the sauce, thicken with 1 tablespoonful of butter blended with 2 of flour, and cook until of the proper consistency. Strain through a cloth. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and lemon juice and red pepper to season. Pour over the fish and serve. End of Section 7. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox, Spring 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laurie Ann Walden. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 8. 26 Ways to Cook Bluefish. Baked Bluefish à l'Italienne. Score and scale the bluefish and put it into a buttered pan with 3 tablespoonfuls each of white wine and mushroom liquor, a tablespoonful of chopped onion, half a dozen chopped mushrooms, and salt and pepper to season. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 15 minutes. Take out the fish and add to the sauce half a teaspoonful of beef extract dissolved in half a cupful of boiling water. Add a wineglassful of white wine and thicken with 1 tablespoonful each of butter and browned flour. Pour the sauce over the fish, sprinkle with chopped parsley, and serve. Baked Bluefish 1. Clean, scrape, and split the fish and take out the backbone. Gash the flesh and insert a thin slice of salt pork under the skin. Make a stuffing of 1 cupful of breadcrumbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped salt pork, and salt, minced parsley, chopped onion, red pepper, kitchen bouquet, and tomato ketchup to season. Add 1 egg well beaten. Fill the fish and sew up. Lay on thin slices of salt pork and bake, basting frequently with the fat. Garnish with cress and lemon. Baked Bluefish 2. Clean a large bluefish, put into a baking pan, pour over it a cupful of boiling salted water, cover and bake for an hour, basting frequently. Put on a serving platter and thicken the sauce with browned flour, seasoning with salt, pepper, Worcestershire and tomato ketchup. Serve with a garnish of sliced lemon. Baked Bluefish 3. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of minced onion, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 egg well beaten, and salt and pepper to season. Stuff the fish and tie securely. Bake in a pan with a cupful of hot water and a tablespoonful of butter, basting frequently. Take out the fish, boil up the sauce, add a tablespoonful of ketchup, a tablespoonful of browned flour wet with 4 tablespoonfuls of cold water, and the juice of a lemon. Cook until thick and strain. Baked Bluefish 4. Prepare a stuffing of crumbs, grated onion, beaten egg, and capers. Stuff a large bluefish and sew up. Season with salt and pepper, rub with butter, and add sufficient boiling water. Bake, baste frequently, and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked Bluefish 5. Make a stuffing of 1 cupful of breadcrumbs, a tablespoonful of melted butter, and salt and pepper to season. Fill the fish and sew firmly. Gash the fish and lay strips of pork in the gashes. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and add sufficient boiling water to keep from burning. Bake for an hour, basting frequently. Garnish with parsley and lemon and serve with tomato sauce. Baked Bluefish 6. Slit a large bluefish, take out the bone, put in a buttered baking dish, and season with salt and pepper. Fry a chopped onion in butter, add half a dozen chopped mushrooms, 3 tablespoonfuls of chopped cooked eggplant, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and cook for 15 minutes. Thicken with a tablespoonful or more of flour rubbed smooth in cold water and pour over the fish. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake for an hour in a moderate oven. Baked Bluefish with white wine sauce. Put a cleaned bluefish into a buttered pan with salt, pepper, minced parsley, sweet herbs, a sliced onion, 2 cupfuls of white wine, and 1 cupful of white stock. Cover with a buttered paper and cook for 40 minutes, basting as required. Take out the fish, strain the sauce, and thicken with a tablespoonful of flour cooked in butter. Boil for 10 minutes, add 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, the juice of half a lemon, and 3 egg yolks well beaten. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked Bluefish à la Naples. Prepare the fish according to directions given for Baked Bluefish 2. Fry in butter for 5 minutes 2 tablespoonfuls each of chopped onion, carrot, and lean raw ham. Add 12 peppercorns, 2 cloves, and a sprig of marjoram. Add 2 1/2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook until brown. Add gradually 1 cupful of brown stock and 1 1/4 cupfuls of white wine. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Strain, reheat, pour over the fish, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Boiled Bluefish. Prepare according to directions given for boiled bass. Broiled Bluefish 1. Split the fish down the back and soak for half an hour in brine. Rinse in fresh water, dry on a towel, and broil on a buttered broiler. Serve on a hot platter with melted butter poured over, and garnish with watercress and sliced lemon. Broiled Bluefish 2. Clean and split down the back, season with salt and pepper, and broil according to directions previously given. Sprinkle with minced parsley and lemon juice, and pour over a little melted butter. Serve with a border of mashed potatoes. Pan-broiled Bluefish. Lay the fish flesh side down in a well-greased, very hot pan. Turn with a pancake turner. Broiled Bluefish au beurre noir. Broil a bluefish according to directions previously given. Mix together 1 tablespoonful each of vinegar and minced parsley, 1 teaspoonful of lemon juice, and salt and pepper to season. Put 2 tablespoonfuls of butter into a frying pan, and when it browns, add the other ingredients. Bring to the boil and pour it over the broiled fish. Broiled Bluefish with mustard sauce. Broil a bluefish according to directions previously given, and sprinkle with lemon juice. Pour over a cream sauce to which prepared mustard has been added. Matelote of Bluefish. Prepare according to directions given for matelote of blackfish. using white wine instead of claret. Stuffed Bluefish 1. Prepare according to directions given for stuffed sea bass. Stuffed Bluefish 2. Scrape, clean, and dry a large bluefish. Chop 3 onions fine and fry in butter. Add enough mashed potatoes to make the required quantity of stuffing, and season with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and melted butter. Fill the fish and sew up. Rub with melted butter, put a little hot water into the pan, and bake for 30 minutes, basting as required. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Escalloped Bluefish. Flake cold cooked bluefish and mix it with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes. Fill buttered shells, sprinkle with grated cheese, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Fillets of Bluefish à la d'Uxelles. Skin, bone, and fillet a bluefish. Season with salt and pepper, and cook with melted butter and lemon juice until firm. Take from the fire and cool. Prepare a d'Uxelles sauce, boil down until thick, and cook the fish with it. Dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with the diluted sauce poured around the fish. Fillets of Bluefish with anchovy sauce. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe, cooking with white wine as well as lemon juice. Prepare a cream sauce and add to it 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and anchovy paste. Pour over the fish and serve. Bluefish à la Carrienne. Scale and score a 2-pound bluefish, and put in a buttered baking dish with 3 tablespoonfuls each of mushroom liquor and white wine, and salt and pepper to season. Cover with a buttered paper and bake for 15 minutes. Take out the fish and add to the sauce 3 tablespoonfuls of stewed and strained tomatoes, and 1 tablespoonful of chopped, cooked, smoked beef tongue. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Bluefish à la Vénitienne. Prepare according to directions for baked bluefish à l'Italienne, adding to it a chopped tomato and 6 whole mushrooms. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, brown in the oven, and sprinkle with minced parsley. Fried fillets of bluefish. Cut the fish into fillets and soak for half an hour in olive oil and lemon juice. Dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in seasoned cracker crumbs, and set into a cold place for an hour. Fry in deep fat and serve with tartar sauce. Fried bluefish. Clean the fish, season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and fry in plenty of hot lard. Drain on brown paper and garnish with parsley. Steamed bluefish. Season the fish with salt and pepper and pour over it a cupful of vinegar. Let stand for an hour, pour off the vinegar, and steam for 20 minutes. Serve with any preferred sauce. End of Section 8.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 9. 5 Ways to Cook Butterfish. Fried Butterfish 1. Trim, draw, and clean the fish. Wipe dry, dip in milk, roll in flour, and fry in a frying pan in plenty of clear, hot fat. Drain on a cloth, sprinkle with salt, and garnish with lemon and parsley. Fried Butterfish 2. Clean, wash, and dry the fish, rub with flour, season with salt and pepper, dip in beaten egg, then in cracker dust or sifted breadcrumbs. Fry in deep fat. Fried Butterfish 3. Clean and gash the fish, roll in cornmeal, and sauté in hot salt pork fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Butterfish with fine herbs. Prepare according to directions given for sole, with fine herbs. Boiled butterfish. Cover well-cleaned and lightly gashed butterfish with boiling water. Season with 1 chopped onion, parsley and thyme, salt and pepper. Boil gently for about 10 minutes if small. Take from the water and serve with scalded milk seasoned with butter, pepper, salt, and minced parsley. End of Section 9.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 10. 22 Ways to Cook Carp. Baked Carp 1. Clean a carp and cover it with salted cold water and vinegar. Soak for an hour, then drain and dry. Stuff with seasoned crumbs, sew up, and put into a deep baking pan. Brush with beaten egg, sprinkle with breadcrumbs, and dot with butter. Add 2 sliced onions and a pinch of sweet herbs, a cupful each of sweet wine and stock, and a teaspoonful of anchovy paste. Bake for an hour, basting as needed. Take out the fish, strain the liquor, thicken with a tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour, and season with salt, pepper, lemon juice, and a pinch of sugar. Baked Carp 2. Let the fish stand in vinegar for 15 minutes. Stuff with seasoned crumbs and sew up. Brush with beaten egg, cover with crumbs, and dot with butter. Put into a baking pan with 2 chopped onions, a bunch of parsley, a cupful of water, and a teaspoonful of Worcester sauce. Bake in a moderate oven, basting as required. Add enough water to make a cupful of the liquid remaining after taking up the fish. Thicken with a tablespoonful of flour, blended with an equal quantity of butter, strain, add the juice of a lemon, and pepper and salt to season. Stewed Carp 1. Clean and scale a carp, pouring boiling vinegar over the fish to facilitate the process. Wrap in a cloth and cook it gently in court bouillon. Serve with a sauce made of court bouillon, strained and thickened, with a few capers and a little anchovy sauce added. Stewed Carp 2. Mix together 1 tablespoonful of salt, half a teaspoonful of pepper, and a pinch of powdered mace. Rub a clean fish with it, both inside and out. Leave it in a cold place for 2 hours. Then put into a kettle, cover with boiling water, add a small onion sliced, a sprig of parsley, a bay leaf, and a teaspoonful of marjoram. Simmer until done, drain, and serve with cream sauce. Boiled Carp. Put a clean carp into a saucepan with sufficient beef stock to cover. Add an onion, 4 cloves, a bunch of sweet herbs, and salt to season. Simmer until the fish is done. Take out the fish and strain the sauce. Add 2 cupfuls of beef stock and thicken with browned flour. Boil until thick. Add a wineglassful of white wine and the juice of half a lemon. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Pickled Carp. Put a clean carp into a fish kettle and pour over it boiling vinegar and a cupful of claret. Add 2 carrots and 3 onions chopped fine, and sage, thyme, bay leaves, parsley, cloves, and bruised garlic to season. Simmer for an hour and let cool in the liquid. Carp à l'italienne. Clean, scale, and slice the fish. Fry with onion, parsley, thyme, salt, and pepper, using plenty of butter. Add white wine to cover and simmer for 10 minutes, then put in the oven and bake until tender. Add 2 lemons sliced and 1 cupful each of chopped almonds and currants. Cook long enough to soften the currants, adding stock if necessary. Carp à l'allemande. Clean and cut into strips 2 pounds of carp. Add 1 wineglassful of claret, 1 cupful of beef stock, 1 cupful of chopped mushrooms, a carrot, and an onion chopped fine, and salt, pepper, thyme, clove, and parsley to season. Simmer for an hour, add a tablespoonful of capers, and serve on buttered toast. Carp à la Bordelaise. Chop fine an onion, a carrot, and a bunch of parsley. Add 2 cupfuls of white wine, a clove of garlic, 3 cloves, and salt and pepper to season. Cook for 15 minutes, then add 2 quarts of cold water. Boil the carp in this sauce and drain. Prepare a sauce as follows. Chop fine a small onion and a shallot. Season with salt and pepper and cook until soft with a wineglassful of claret. Add 2 cupfuls of beef stock and bring to the boil. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of browned flour, rubbed smooth in a little cold water. Season with salt, red pepper, minced parsley, and chives, and add a small piece of cooked chopped marrow. Pour over the fish and serve very hot. Broiled carp. Broil as usual and serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley poured over it. Carp à la Française. Put the cleaned fish into square pieces and put it into a saucepan with 4 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, 1 cupful of claret, and a tablespoonful of butter, blended with an equal quantity of flour. Add a chopped clove of garlic, a shallot, a quarter of a pound of mushrooms, and salt, pepper, and minced parsley to season. Cook for 20 minutes and serve. Fried carp. 1. Soak the fish overnight in salt water. Drain, rinse in cold water, season with pepper and salt, dredge in flour, and fry in butter. Fried carp. 2. Cook the carp in court bouillon, drain, and cut in slices. Cover with a very thick cream sauce and let cool. Dip in crumbs, then in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fried carp. 3. Clean the fish and cut it into convenient pieces. Dip in milk, then in seasoned flour, and fry in hot fat. Carp à la Coblentz. Boil the fish with 1 cupful of Rhine wine, 2 cupfuls of white stock, 2 carrots and 2 onions sliced, half a cupful of sliced mushrooms and minced parsley, salt, pepper, and sweet herbs to season. Add water if the stock is not sufficient to cover. Boil for half an hour, take the fish up, then thicken the sauce with butter and flour, and add the juice of half a lemon with another tablespoonful of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked carp à la marinière. Clean the fish and line it with bacon. Boil carefully in court bouillon, to which 1/4 of the quantity of white wine has been added. Boil for 5 minutes, then put the pan into the oven and bake for an hour and a half, basting frequently. Take out the fish, strain the liquid, thicken with browned flour, add a wineglassful of white wine, and boil until thick. Rub through a sieve, and add 3 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Steamed carp. Scale and clean the fish and steam until done. Serve with sour cream or with a drawn butter sauce seasoned with lemon juice. Carp in matelote. Cook the cleaned carp in a fish kettle with 2 sliced onions, a bunch of parsley, a little salt, a few peppercorns, 2 cloves of garlic, a quart of red wine, and a pint of water. Cook slowly for 40 minutes and take out the fish. Strain the sauce and reduce by rapid boiling to 1 quart. Thicken with butter and browned flour and boil for half an hour. Skim, add 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 tablespoonful of anchovy paste, and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Carp à la bourguignotte. Stew the carp in red wine, drain, and place on a platter. Cook 4 shallots, 2 cloves, a blade of mace, a pinch of thyme, a bay leaf, and a mushroom, for 5 minutes in enough red wine to cover. Add enough beef stock to make the required quantity of sauce, and thicken with butter and brown flour. Cook until thick, strain, and pour over the fish. Carp à la Périgueux. Cook the carp in wine and drain. Chop 6 truffles fine. Add a tablespoonful of chopped raw ham, a pinch of thyme, and a bay leaf. Cook for 10 minutes in sufficient white wine to cover. Add a cupful of beef stock and thicken with butter and brown flour. Cook until thick, rub through a sieve, add a tablespoonful of butter and a little anchovy paste and the juice of half a lemon. Carpe à la Lyon. Clean the fish and cut into thick slices. Soak for an hour in a marinade of oil and vinegar. Season with salt, pepper, thyme, bay leaves, and chopped onion. Drain, dip in flour, then in beaten egg, then in breadcrumbs, mixed with Parmesan cheese. Fry in deep fat, and garnish with lemon and parsley. Carpe à la Provençale. Stew the carp in court bouillon and white wine. Drain and place on a platter. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of chopped ham and olive oil, 4 bruised cloves of garlic, a pinch of thyme, a bay leaf, a tablespoonful of capers, a peeled lemon sliced, a small bunch of parsley, and paprika to season. Cook for 5 minutes and add enough beef stock to make the required quantity of sauce and cook for 10 minutes. Thicken with brown flour, rub through a sieve, skim, add a tablespoonful of butter and a little anchovy paste and pour over the fish. End of section 10. Recorded by Gesine in May 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 11. 6 Ways to Cook Catfish. Catfish stewed with tomatoes. Slice the fish and fry in butter. When half cooked, add a cupful of water, a chopped onion, a red pepper, and a can of tomatoes. Cook slowly for half an hour and serve with buttered toast. Fried catfish. 1. Clean and cut the fish in squares. Season with salt, pepper, and Worcester sauce. Dip in egg, then crumbs or cornmeal, and fry in deep fat. Fried catfish. 2. Prepare the fish according to directions given above, dredge with seasoned flour, and fry in butter in a frying pan. Fried catfish. 3. Skin and clean the fish, cut into pieces. Soak for an hour in olive oil and vinegar, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Stewed catfish. Soak the skinned fish in brine for an hour. Put into a saucepan with a chopped onion, cover with cold water, and simmer until they are tender. Take out the fish, season with salt, pepper, and butter, and thicken the liquid in which they were cooked with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together and mixed with half a cupful of boiling cream. Bring to a boil, add a teaspoonful of minced parsley and 1 egg well beaten. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Boiled catfish. Boil the fish according to directions previously given. Thicken the remaining liquid with butter rolled in flour, season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Add 2 chopped hard-boiled eggs, pour over the fish, and serve. End of section 11.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Good. www.soundsgood.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 12. 67 Ways to Cook Codfish. Baked Codfish 1. Rub the inside of a small fresh cod with butter and lemon juice and put on a buttered drainer in a fish kettle. Rub with butter, sprinkle with chopped mushrooms, shallots, and parsley, lemon juice, and minced garlic. Pour over the fish 3 cupfuls of white wine. Bring to the boil, and simmer for an hour and a half. Baste as required. Thicken the liquor with butter and flour and serve with sauce. Baked Codfish II. Stuff the fish with seasoned crumbs and season with pepper and salt. Pour over 2 cupfuls of sherry and a tablespoonful of mushroom catsup. Add 2 cupfuls of stock, cover with buttered paper, and bake, basting often. When nearly done, sprinkle with breadcrumbs and dot with butter and bake until brown. Take up the fish carefully. Add a teaspoonful of beef extract and a little anchovy paste to the liquor in the baking pan. Strain, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of half a lemon. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked Codfish III. Prepare according to directions given for Baked Codfish I, adding a pint of parboiled oysters to the sauce. Baked Salt Codfish. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the recipe for boiled salted cod. Mix with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes. Season. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter and enough hot milk to make very soft. Put into a buttered baking dish. Rub with butter and bake until brown. Serve with cream or drawn butter sauce. Creamed and baked codfish. Put in a stoneware platter creamed codfish prepared according to directions elsewhere given, and surround with a border of mashed potatoes beaten light with an egg. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Baked Codfish à la Montreal. Butter a baking dish and put in the center a large piece of prepared codfish. Surround with boiled potatoes. Rub all thoroughly with butter. Season with pepper and salt and bake in the oven, basting frequently. Serve in the same dish, sprinkling with minced parsley. Baked Codfish à la Nantucket. Prepare a stuffing of 1 cupful of cracker crumbs, 1 cupful of oysters, 1/4 cupful of melted butter, and salt, pepper, minced parsley, and lemon juice to season. Clean a 4-pound cod. Sprinkle with salt and pepper. Brush over with lemon juice. Stuff and sew. Rub with butter. Sprinkle with crumbs and add sufficient boiling water to keep from burning. Bake until done, basting as required. Baked Codfish with cheese sauce. Rub the fish with butter and lemon juice. Put it on the grating in the baking pan. Season with salt and pepper and bake, pouring a cupful of white stock under the grating. Take up the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Strain the liquid, thicken with butter rolled in flour, and season with lemon juice, grated onion, and 4 tablespoonfuls of grated Parmesan cheese. Bring to the boil and serve poured round the fish. Quick baked codfish. Put a thick slice of codfish into a baking pan. Rub with butter, season with pepper and salt, and add sufficient boiling water to moisten. Bake for half an hour, basting frequently. Thicken the gravy with butter and flour, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked rock cod with dressing. Season breadcrumbs with grated onion, sage, salt, and pepper. Add a tablespoonful of butter broken into bits and sufficient milk to moisten. Fill and sew up the fish. Lay in a baking pan on thin slices of salt pork. Rub with butter and cover with thin slices of pork. Pour over 2 tablespoonfuls of tomato catsup and half a cupful of boiling water. Bake for an hour, basting frequently. Baked cod à la Bedford. Soak the cleaned fish for 2 hours in olive oil seasoned with salt, pepper, and Worcestershire. Drain and put into a baking dish. Rub with butter and sprinkle with crumbs. Add 2 wineglassfuls of Catawba wine and 2 cupfuls of oyster liquor. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 40 minutes. Take up the fish, thicken the sauce with butter and flour, season with lemon juice and minced parsley. Pour around the fish, and serve. Baked codfish with cream. Parboil part of a codfish in salted water. Remove the bones and put the pieces into a baking dish in layers, with cream sauce and seasoning between. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, sprinkle with grated nutmeg, and bake. Boiled salt codfish 1. Soak 2 pounds of salted cod overnight. Put into fresh water. Bring to the boil and serve with melted butter. Boiled salt codfish 2. Soak the fish overnight. Change the water and simmer until done. Serve with a drawn butter sauce. Boiled salted codfish with egg sauce. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Cook 1 teaspoonful of cornmeal until thick in 1 cupful of milk. Add 1 cupful of mashed potatoes, the codfish chopped, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 well-beaten eggs, and pepper to taste. Prepare an egg sauce. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled codfish with oyster sauce. Boil the fish in salted water. Season with pepper, cloves, and lemon peel. Prepare a cream sauce and cook oysters in it until the edges curl. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled codfish with cream sauce. Boil the codfish slowly in salted water. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add salt, pepper, and anchovy paste to season. Pour over the fish. Sprinkle with minced parsley and serve. Boiled codfish à la hollandaise. Boil the fish according to directions previously given and serve with hollandaise sauce. Boiled codfish with caper sauce 1. Prepare according to directions given for boiled codfish with cream sauce, omitting the anchovy paste and adding 2 tablespoonfuls each of capers and melted butter. Boiled codfish with caper sauce 2. Boil a small fresh codfish in court bouillon and allow it to cool partially in the liquor. Serve with caper sauce. Boiled codfish creamed. Sew up the fish in a cloth dredged with flour and boil in salted and acidulated water. Unwrap and serve with sauce made of half a cupful each of milk and boiling water. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter rolled in flour. Take from the fire, add 2 eggs well beaten, and salt, pepper, and minced parsley to season. Add a tablespoonful of capers or tarragon vinegar. Pour over the fish and garnish with slices of hard-boiled eggs. Boiled codfish with egg sauce. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the recipe for boiled codfish with oyster sauce. Serve with egg sauce. Codfish balls with egg sauce. Free 2 pounds of fresh cod from all bones. Chop it and season with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and a little finely chopped lemon peel, adding chopped parsley, marjoram, a little soaked breadcrumbs with the water drained out well. Mix with 2 unbeaten eggs and form into balls the size of a tomato. Fry a large sliced onion in 2 ounces of butter and a cupful of boiling water. Let it boil up, then put in the balls. When cooked, beat 3 eggs. Strain in the juice of 2 large lemons, adding a little chopped parsley. Stir this well in without letting it boil. Then dish up the balls and strain the sauce over. Garnish with parsley. If liked, add 3 or 4 cut-up tomatoes to the balls. Codfish à la Creole 1. Flake 1 pound of cooked codfish, add it to 1 cupful of boiled rice, half a can of tomatoes strained, a chopped onion, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and salt and pepper to season. Cook slowly for half an hour. Codfish à la Creole 2. Soak overnight 2 pounds of salt codfish. Fry brown in lard a chopped onion and a bean of garlic. Mix with 3 tablespoonfuls of browned flour and cook thoroughly. Add a can of tomatoes which have been rubbed through a sieve and simmered until very thick. Drain and rinse the fish. Pour boiling water upon it and let stand until cool. Pick out the bones, add to the sauce, and reheat. Codfish Puffs. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Mix with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes, add a heaping tablespoonful of butter, and mix thoroughly, using a little hot cream to moisten it. Add 4 eggs well beaten and mix thoroughly. Drop by spoonfuls into boiling fat and fry brown. Codfish au gratin. Cook in court bouillon and cool in the liquor. Scrape off the skin, take out the bones, and put in the baking dish in which it is to be served. Sprinkle it thickly with grated cheese and pour over a bechamel sauce. Sprinkle with crumbs and bake golden brown. Escalloped codfish and macaroni. Mix together equal parts of cooked and broken macaroni and flaked boiled cod. Mix with cream sauce. Fill a buttered baking dish. Sprinkle thickly with grated cheese, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Fricasseed salt codfish. Soak overnight in cold water 2 pounds of salt codfish. Take out the bones, cover with fresh water, and bring to the boil. Fry in olive oil 2 chopped onions and a green pepper with a sliced tomato, a bruised clove of garlic, and a chili pepper. Add 6 cupfuls of stock, 3 tablespoonfuls of tomato catsup, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and 2 cupfuls of peeled raw potatoes cut into dice. Cook until the potatoes are nearly done. Then add the codfish and boil for 5 or 10 minutes. Creamed codfish. Flake cold cooked codfish or salted codfish which has been soaked and boiled. Mix with a cream sauce, adding 1 or 2 well-beaten eggs to the sauce just before serving. Escalloped codfish with cheese. Prepare according to directions given for creamed codfish. Cover with grated cheese, crumbs, and butter, and bake in the oven. Broiled salt codfish. Soak 2 pounds of salt codfish overnight. In the morning, change the water, add a chopped onion, bring to the boil, and cool. Drain, wipe dry, rub with melted butter, and broil. Serve with drawn butter sauce. Codfish soufflé. Boil half a pound of salt codfish according to directions previously given. Mash the fish and mix with 2 cupfuls of mashed potatoes, pepper to season, and the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Beat thoroughly. Fold in the stiffly beaten whites of the eggs and bake in a hot oven until well puffed and brown. Codfish and macaroni. Soak overnight half a pound of salt codfish. Boil for 20 minutes 2 ounces of broken macaroni. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter. Add 1 of flour and cook thoroughly. Add 1 cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and grated onion. Add the fish and macaroni and cook for an hour in a double boiler. Codfish à la bonne femme. Soak overnight 3 pounds of salt codfish. Boil for 25 minutes a quart of peeled potatoes with salt, parsley, a clove, and an onion in the water. Add the fish and cook for 10 minutes longer. Arrange the fish on a platter with the drained potatoes for a border. Melt 1 teaspoonful of butter, add 1 of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of water in which the fish was cooked and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with a teaspoonful of vinegar and a tablespoonful of melted butter. Season with pepper, pour over the fish and the potatoes, and serve. Codfish à la Beauregard. Prepare according to directions given for creamed codfish using fresh codfish and omitting the egg. Serve on buttered toast and cover with hard-boiled eggs rubbed through a sieve. Stewed codfish à la Lincoln. Clean and bone 4 pounds of fresh codfish. Slice and scald 2 small onions. Drain and fry soft in salt pork fat. Cut the fish into cubes and season with salt and pepper. Boil the bones in water to cover, with onion and pork fat. Put the fish into a buttered saucepan and strain the boiling liquid over it, using enough to cover. Add the juice of half a lemon and thicken with 1 heaping tablespoonful of butter cooked with 2 of flour. Season with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and tomato or mushroom catsup. Just before the fish is done, add 1 quart of drained oysters and cook until the oysters are plump. Boiled cod's tongue with egg sauce. Soak the tongues overnight. Change the water and boil for 10 minutes. Serve with drawn butter sauce. Fried codfish tongues. Wash the tongues, dip in cold milk, and roll in seasoned flour. Fry in butter and serve with tomato sauce. Cod's tongues à la poulette. Prepare according to directions given for boiled cod's tongues with egg sauce, and serve with a poulette sauce, using for liquid the water in which the tongues were boiled. Codfish tongues à la beurre noir. Prepare the tongues according to directions given in the recipe for boiled cod's tongues with egg sauce. Drain and serve with brown butter, seasoned with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Codfish fritters. Cut into strips fresh boiled cod or freshened and boiled salt cod. Dip in fritter batter and fry in deep fat. Deviled codfish. Flake cold cooked fish. Mix with an equal quantity of breadcrumbs, the yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs, and melted butter, grated onion, minced parsley, and pepper and salt to season. Add milk or oyster liquor to moisten, and fill buttered shells. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Codfish à la Seville. Wash and dry 1 cupful of rice. Brown it in olive oil and drain. Put into a stew pan and cover with fillets of fresh cod fried in the oil. Add a sliced onion fried, half a dozen sliced tomatoes, and salt, cayenne, and lemon juice to season. Add 2 cupfuls of stock. Put a buttered paper on top, cover the pan, and bake half an hour in the oven. Take out the fish carefully. Mix the rice and seasoning together and serve as a border around the fish. Codfish à la béchamel. Prepare according to directions given for creamed codfish, omitting the egg and using white stock and milk in equal parts instead of cream. Escalloped codfish à la béchamel. Prepare according to directions given for codfish à la béchamel, adding the yolks of 3 eggs. Arrange in a baking dish with layers of seasoned crumbs and add sufficient milk to moisten. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Codfish à la flamande. Prepare boiled codfish according to directions previously given. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter and cook it in a teaspoonful of flour. Add 1 cupful of boiling water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten, 4 tablespoons of made mustard, and pepper, vinegar, grated nutmeg, and minced parsley to season. Add gradually half a cup of melted butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Stewed codfish à la Shrewsbury. Stuff the fish with drained oysters and seasoned crumbs, adding 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits. Sew up. Put on the grating in a fish kettle, seasoning with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Dot with butter and add the oyster liquor and 2 cupfuls each of stock and water. Simmer for 40 minutes, basting as required. Take up the fish, thicken the sauce with butter and flour cooked together, and boil for 10 minutes. Take from the fire, Add a tablespoonful of butter, the juice of a lemon, and the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Strain over the fish and serve. Salt codfish à la brandade. Cut the fish in pieces and soak in cold water for 24 hours. Put into fresh cold water. Bring to the boil and simmer for 20 minutes. Drain, bone, and cool. Mix to a cream with lemon juice and olive oil, adding a little milk if it becomes too thick. Season with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and garlic. Serve with toasted crackers and cheese. Stewed cod with oysters. Cut fresh cod into fillets and put in a baking pan with salt, pepper, and chopped onion to season. Add 1 cupful of white wine and the liquor of 2 dozen parboiled oysters. Cook slowly for 15 minutes. Take out the fish, thicken the sauce with butter and flour cooked together. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter. Season with lemon juice and pour the sauce over the fish. Garnish with the parboiled oysters and serve. Salted cod with brown butter. Soak the fish for 24 hours and prepare according to directions given for boiled salted cod. Drain, wipe dry, and fry brown in butter, adding a little minced parsley. Codfish steak. Cut the fish into steaks about 2 inches thick. Season with salt and pepper and let stand for 2 hours. Dredge with cornmeal and fry in salt pork fat. Sprinkle with lemon juice and serve. Broiled codfish steaks with bacon. Prepare the steaks according to directions previously given and serve with a border of thin slices of bacon, fried crisp. Broiled codfish steaks. Soak in salted water for 15 minutes, wipe dry, and let stand for an hour in olive oil and vinegar. Drain, season, and broil on a well-buttered gridiron. Serve with melted butter and minced parsley. Breaded codfish steaks. Season the steaks with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried codfish steaks. Clean the steaks, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and dip into flour. Sauté in salt pork fat. Codfish steaks à la Narragansett. Fry the steaks with a chopped onion in butter, seasoning with salt and pepper. Take out and put a tablespoonful of flour into the frying pan. Cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of water and half a cupful of wine, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Season with minced parsley and lemon juice. Pour over the fish and serve. Codfish hash. Flake cold cooked cod. Mix with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes and season to taste. Cook until light brown in butter. Matelote of codfish. Mix together 1 cupful of oysters, 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 egg, and a small onion chopped. Stuff a small boned codfish and sew up. Lay the fish on slices of bacon in a baking pan and cover the top with bacon. Add sufficient boiling water and bake for an hour, basting as required. Stewed codfish. Flake cold cooked cod and reheat with butter, pepper, salt, minced parsley, cayenne, and lemon juice. Serve very hot on toast. Fillets of codfish. Clean and bone the fish and cut into thick strips. Put into a buttered saucepan with a little stock. Season, sprinkle with minced parsley, and set into the oven covered with a buttered paper. Serve in a deep platter with a border of mashed potatoes. Fried cod. Prepare the fish according to directions given for fillet of codfish. Season, dredge with flour, dip in egg and breadcrumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fried codfish à la maître d'hôtel. Prepare according to directions given for fried codfish. Serve with a sauce of melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Fried fillets of codfish. Mix together 1 tablespoonful of olive oil, 2 tablespoonfuls of lemon juice, and salt, grated onion, and paprika to season. Soak fillets of codfish in this for an hour. Then drain, dip into beaten egg, then into breadcrumbs, and fry in deep fat. Drain on brown paper and serve with tartar sauce. Broiled codfish. Split the tail end of the fish and broil. Serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Codfish pie. Prepare creamed codfish according to directions previously given, seasoning with grated onion. Fill a buttered baking dish and cover with mashed potato, beaten very light with an egg and a little cream. Rub with melted butter. Sprinkle with grated cheese, and bake in a quick oven. Escalloped codfish. Prepare the fish according to directions previously given. Flake and prepare according to directions given for creamed codfish. Put into a buttered baking pan with layers of seasoned crumbs between. Add milk to moisten, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. End of section 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Sean McKinley. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 13. 45 Ways to Cook Eels. Braised eel. Skin and clean an eel. Cut it into 2-inch pieces. Sprinkle with salt and let stand for an hour. Soak in cold water for 10 minutes, drain, and dry. Put into a buttered saucepan, seasoning with grated nutmeg, salt, and pepper. Cover with sliced lemon, chopped shallot, minced parsley, and a few peppercorns. Cover the pan and bake in the oven until the fish is brown. Take out the eel and put into a deep dish. Add to the sauce 1 cupful of stock. Bring to the boil and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Boil until thick. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten smooth with a little stock. Bring to the boil. Add a little lemon juice. Strain over the fish and serve. Broiled eels 1. Skin, clean, and cut up a large eel. Dip into beaten egg, then into crumbs seasoned with grated lemon rind, nutmeg, minced parsley, sweet herbs, pepper, and salt. Broil skin side down on a buttered gridiron, turning when done. Serve with anchovy or tartar sauce. Broiled eels 2. Clean and cut the eels into 3-inch lengths. Let stand for half an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, seasoned with pepper and salt. Drain, broil, and garnish with fried parsley. Broiled eels with sour sauce. Clean the eels and cut into 5-inch lengths. Boil for 10 minutes in 1 cupful of vinegar and enough cold water to cover, seasoning with salt, peppercorns, carrot, onion, and parsley. Cool in the water, dip in crumbs, then in eggs beaten with a tablespoonful of olive oil for each egg, then in breadcrumbs. Boil as usual. Serve with a sauce made of 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped shallots, fried in 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, added to a wineglassful each of white wine and vinegar. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and thicken with browned flour cooked in butter. Boil for 5 minutes. Add 1 tablespoonful each of chopped mushrooms, parsley, pickles, and capers, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Garnish with lemons and parsley. Fried eels 1. Prepare and cut up the fish according to directions previously given and soak for several hours in vinegar with salt, pepper, and grated lemon peel. Drain, dip into batter, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried eels 2. Prepare according to directions previously given and cut into 2-inch pieces. Dredge with flour and sauté in hot lard, or dip into egg and breadcrumbs and fry in deep fat. They may also be dipped into cornmeal before frying. Fried eels 3. Prepare the eels according to directions given for stewed eels à la américaine, sprinkling with shallot and parsley also. Let stand for several hours, dip into egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried eels 4. Clean the eels, cut into 2-inch pieces, and parboil for 8 minutes. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, dip into cornmeal, and sauté in salt pork fat. Eels fried in batter. Cut a large cleaned eel into joints, and soak for several hours in cold water, to which salt, pepper, and vinegar have been added. Drain dip in batter, and fry in hot fat. Drain on brown paper and serve with tomato sauce. Eels à la lyonnaise. Clean 2 large eels, cut into 4-inch lengths and remove the bones. Cook in equal parts of white wine and water to cover, adding salt, pepper, a sliced onion, a clove of garlic, and a bunch of parsley. Drain the fish and strain the liquid. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, rubbed smooth with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Boil for 15 minutes and skim. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of a lemon. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve with a garnish of small onions fried in butter and sugar. Eels à la Virois. Clean 2 large eels and cut into lengths. Cover with salted and acidulated water. Add a bunch of parsley, a sliced onion, and a pinch of powdered sweet herbs. Boil slowly for 10 minutes. Cool and drain. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter and cook in it 2 tablespoonfuls of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and season to taste. Add the yolks of 4 eggs, well beaten and cool. Dip the pieces of eel in this sauce and set on ice. Roll in cracker crumbs, dip in beaten eggs, then in breadcrumbs, and fry brown in deep fat. Eels à la tartare. Cut up the eel and cook in court bouillon with wine. Drain, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with a stiff mayonnaise mixed with chopped parsley, olives, pickles, and capers. Eels à l'indienne. Chop fine an onion, half a carrot, and a stalk of celery. Fry in butter, dredge with flour, and cook thoroughly. Add enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with mace, thyme, a bay leaf, minced parsley, and curry powder. Strain through a sieve and pour over eels stewed in wine and seasoned with vegetables according to directions previously given. Serve with a border of boiled rice sprinkled with grated Parmesan cheese. Eels à la Normandie. Fry in butter a pound and a half of prepared eels. Add a wineglassful of white wine or cider, a tablespoonful of mushroom ketchup and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Simmer for 10 minutes, add 1 cupful of white stock, half a dozen mushrooms, a dozen oysters, and half a dozen shrimps. When cooked, take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs, well beaten, and serve at once. Stuffed eels à l'italienne. Skin the eel, but keep the head on. Remove the backbone and stuff with seasoned crumbs, mixed with minced parsley and mushrooms. Skewer in the form of a circle. Put into a saucepan with 2 ounces of butter, a small bunch of parsley, a chopped onion, 2 cupfuls of white wine, and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Bake for an hour, basting as required. Drain, take out the parsley, and add to the sauce 2 cupfuls of brown stock, and 1 cupful of chopped mushrooms. Boil for 5 minutes and thicken with browned flour cooked in butter. Season with minced parsley and lemon juice. Pour the sauce around the eel and serve. Eels à la London. Fry 4 chopped onions in butter, dredge with flour, and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of stock, half a cupful of port wine, 2 bay leaves, and salt and pepper to season. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 1 large cleaned eel, cut into 2-inch lengths. Cover and cook for 15 minutes. Serve on toast. Eels à la reine. Prepare and cut up the eels. Fry in butter with half a can of mushrooms and dredge with flour. Add 1 cupful of stock and half a cupful of white wine. Bring to the boil, season with salt, pepper, and a chopped onion, and cook until the eel is tender. Skim, take from the fire, and add the juice of half a lemon, beaten smooth with the yolks of 2 eggs. Eels à la poulette. Stew the eels in white wine with carrot, onion, parsley, bay leaf, thyme, peppercorns, and salt to season. Drain and serve with poulette sauce. Fricassee of eel. Prepare the eel according to directions previously given. Cook in equal parts of white wine and water, seasoning with mace, pepper, nutmeg, cloves, sweet herbs, allspice, and salt. Boil until the eels are tender, then skim out. Add a little anchovy paste to the sauce and a spoonful of butter. Bring to the boil, take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten, pour over the fish, and serve. Fricasseed eels. Skin, clean, and cut up. Cover with cold water, add salt, and minced parsley to season. Cover and cook slowly for an hour. Thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour blended together and make smooth with cold water. Season highly with pepper and serve. Stewed eels with cucumbers. Clean and skin 2 eels, cut into pieces and soak in cold water for an hour. Drain, cover with wine and water, seasoning with salt, pepper, onion, and parsley, and simmer for 15 minutes. Take out the fish and add 3 sliced and parboiled cucumbers. Strain the sauce, thicken with flour cooked in butter, and boil for 10 minutes. Skim, add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten and take from the fire. Season with red pepper and lemon juice, strain over the fish, and serve. Stewed eels 1. Put into a saucepan 3/4 of a cupful of butter and fry in it 4 small chopped onions. Add a tablespoonful of flour, cook through, and add 2 cupfuls of boiling water or stock. Cook until thick, stirring occasionally. Then put in 1 large cleaned eel cut into inch pieces. Cover and cook for 15 minutes. Stewed eels 2. Wash and skin a pint of eels, cut them in pieces 3 inches long, pepper and salt them, and put them into a stew pan. Pour in 1 pint of good soup stock, adding 1 large onion, shredded, 3 cloves, a teaspoonful of grated lemon peel, and a wineglassful of port wine. Stew slowly for half an hour, and pour into a hot dish. Strain the liquor and add a wineglassful of cream thickened with flour, and boil up at once. Pour over the eels and serve. Stewed eels 3. Clean, skin, and joint the eels. Cover with boiling water, add a tablespoonful of vinegar, and cook for 10 minutes. Drain, cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of the water in which the eels were cooked. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and grated onion, then add the eels and reheat. Simmer for 20 minutes. Add a tablespoonful of minced parsley and serve. Stewed eels 4. Prepare according to directions given above, using veal or fish stock instead of water, and adding a bay leaf to the seasoning. Stewed eels à l'anglaise. Cook prepared eels in half a bottle of port wine, seasoned with carrot, onion, parsley, bay leaf, thyme, salt, peppercorns, cloves, mace, and chopped mushrooms. Cover with buttered paper. Simmer for half an hour and drain. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and cook in it 2 tablespoonfuls of flour. Add a chopped shallot and enough of the eel liquor to make the required quantity of sauce. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add half a cupful of stock and 2 wineglassfuls of port wine. Bring to the boil, strain, add a few chopped mushrooms, a tablespoonful of butter, and minced parsley, lemon juice, and anchovy paste to season. Pour the sauce over the eels and serve. Stewed eels à la Mexicaine. Use 3 pounds of cleaned and skinned eel with all the fat removed. Cut in 2-inch pieces, season with pepper and salt and chopped onion, and put in a double boiler with half a cup of butter. Sprinkle with parsley, cover tightly, and cook for about an hour and a half. Serve in a deep dish. Stewed eels à la poulette. Cut cleaned eels into 2-inch pieces and cook until tender in stock. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Add half a dozen chopped mushrooms and salt, pepper, grated onion, and minced parsley to season. Boil for 20 minutes. Add the juice of a lemon and serve. Stewed eels à la canotière. Fry a chopped onion in butter. Add a pound of rice and cook brown. Add 4 cupfuls of fish stock, seasoning with red and white pepper, caver, and cook for 20 minutes. Take from the fire, add half a cupful each of butter and tomato sauce. Prepare the eels according to directions given for eels à la lyonnaise, adding a tablespoonful of anchovy essence to the sauce. Serve with a border of the rice. Stewed eels à la genevoise. Prepare 2 eels, cut into 4-inch lengths. Put into a saucepan with a sliced carrot, an onion, a bunch of parsley, 2 cloves of garlic, and salt and peppercorns to season. Put in enough cider to cover the fish and simmer for 15 minutes. Take up the fish, strain the sauce, and thicken it with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter to the sauce. Reheat, pour over the eels, and garnish with small onions fried brown in butter and sugar. Matelote of eels 1. Prepare and cut up the fish according to directions previously given. Put into a saucepan with 1 cupful each of stock and claret, a bruised clove of garlic, a whole pepper, a sliced onion, a bay leaf, and a pinch each of thyme, cloves, parsley, and salt. Take out the fish, strain the sauce, add it to a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together, and pour over the fish. Matelote of eels 2. Cut 1.5 pounds of prepared eels into 2-inch pieces and fry for 2 minutes in butter. Add a wineglassful of claret and 3 tablespoonfuls each of stock and mushroom liquor. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, and a pinch of powdered sweet herbs. Add 6 small onions and 6 button mushrooms. Cook for half an hour and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Matelote of eels 3. Prepare 2 eels and cut them into 2-inch lengths. Cover with cold salted water and bring to the boil. Add an onion, a dozen cloves, and 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar. Boil for 15 minutes, drain, dry, roll in flour, and fry brown in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of boiling water and salt, pepper, and fine herbs to season. Add a cupful of button onions, peeled and fried brown in butter and sugar. Cover and simmer for 1 hour. If the sauce should evaporate, add more boiling water. When done, add half a cupful of wine and serve. Matelote of eels à la Parisienne. Clean and cut the eels into 4-inch pieces. Cover with white wine and season with sliced carrot and chopped mushrooms. Add also the liquor from 3 dozen parboiled oysters. Simmer until the eels are done and drain. Add to the liquor half a cup of white stock and thicken with flour cooked in butter. Add 2 wineglassfuls of white wine and boil until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten smooth with the juice of half a lemon, a tablespoonful of butter, and a grating of nutmeg. Add the parboiled oysters and a handful of button mushrooms. Reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Matelote of eels à la Genoise. Prepare the eels and cut into 4-inch lengths. Cover with claret or burgundy and add sliced carrot, onion, minced parsley, chopped mushrooms, thyme, a bay leaf, mace, cloves, and peppercorns to season. Simmer until done and drain. Add to the liquor half a cupful of beef stock and thicken it with browned flour. Strain through a fine sieve and add a tablespoonful of butter, a little anchovy paste, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, a grating of nutmeg, and a little lemon juice. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Matelote of eels à la Bordelaise. Cut the eels into 3-inch lengths and cover with a bottle of claret. Season with carrot, onion, parsley, chopped mushrooms, thyme, bay leaf, mace, cloves, and peppercorns. Simmer for half an hour and drain. Thicken the liquor with browned flour rubbed smooth with butter. Add 2 wineglassfuls of claret and bring to the boil. Skim. Add a teaspoonful of capers, a pounded clove of garlic, a little butter, grated nutmeg, and anchovy paste to season. Reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled eels. Cut into short pieces 1.5 pounds of eels which have been skinned and cleaned. Put into a saucepan, cover with cold water, add a tablespoonful of salt, 6 whole peppers, 1 red onion, and a cupful of vinegar. Simmer for half an hour. Drain and serve on a platter with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Pickled eels. Clean and cut 3 pounds of eels into 6-inch lengths. Cover with salt, let stand for 3 hours, then rinse thoroughly. Boil together for 15 minutes 1 cupful of vinegar, 1 cupful of water, a sliced onion, 2 bay leaves, 3 allspice, and a slice of lemon. Put in half of the eels and simmer until tender. Take out and cook the remaining half. Let the vinegar cool before pouring over the eels. Green eels. Boil together an onion, a bunch of parsley, a pinch of celery seed, and a tablespoonful of mixed spices in a little water. Add 2 cleaned and cut eels with water to cover and simmer until done. Strain the sauce, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, and pour over the eels. Serve with boiled potatoes and cucumber salad. Baked eels. Skin and parboil, cut into 2-inch pieces and put into a baking pan. Dredge with flour, season with salt and pepper, and add half a cupful of water. Bake for 20 minutes and take out. Thicken the gravy with a tablespoonful of flour rubbed smooth with a little of the liquid. Add a tablespoonful of butter, a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce, and add enough boiling water to make the sauce of the proper consistency. Bring to the boil and pour around the eels. Baked eels with tartar sauce. Clean and skin 2 large eels. Wrap in a wet cloth and simmer for 15 minutes in court bouillon. Cook in the liquor. Take out, wipe dry, and cover with seasoned crumbs. Spread with 2 eggs beaten with 1 tablespoonful of olive oil and sprinkle with crumbs. Put into a baking pan with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and bake for half an hour, basting twice. Serve with tartar sauce. English eel pie. Skin, clean, and cut up 2 large eels. Cook with 1 tablespoonful of butter, half a cupful of chopped mushrooms, a tablespoonful of chopped parsley, a minced onion, a bay leaf, salt, pepper, the rind of a lemon, a wineglassful of sherry, and a cupful of beef stock. Cook until the eels are tender. Strain the sauce, and thicken with butter and flour. Line a baking dish with pastry, put the eels in it, and pour the sauce over with sliced, hard-boiled eggs on top. Cover with pastry, brush with yolk of egg, and bake for an hour in a moderate oven. Serve either hot or cold. Collared eels. Clean, split, and bone one large eel, and season with salt and pepper. Chop together 3 hard-boiled eggs, a beet, a tablespoonful of capers, 2 pickles, 1 onion, and 3 anchovies. Add salt and pepper. Cover the eel with the mixture, tie in a cloth, and cook with a bay leaf for half an hour in equal parts of vinegar and water. Drain, untie, and put into a mold with aspic jelly or with beef stock to which sufficient dissolved gelatin has been added. Serve cold with mayonnaise. Eels en brochette. Boil the eel in a quart bouillon and cut into 2-inch pieces. Dip into egg and crumbs and string on steel skewers, alternating with squares of bacon. Bake in the oven and serve on toast. Creamed eels. Clean and cut up the eels, and stew according to directions previously given. Pour over a cream sauce, seasoned with salt, paprika, onion juice, and minced parsley. End of section 13.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 14. 15 Ways to Cook Finnan Haddie. Boiled finnan haddie. 1. Divide into convenient pieces, cover with boiling water, add a teaspoonful of sugar, and boil for 15 minutes. Take up on a hot platter, remove the skin, and dot with butter. Boiled finnan haddie. 2. Cover the fish with boiling water, boil for 5 minutes, drain, cover with melted butter, and serve with plain boiled potatoes. Broiled finnan haddie. 1. Brown a haddie on a greased broiler. Cover with hot water. Let stand for 10 minutes and drain. Spread with butter and sprinkle with pepper. Broiled finnan haddie. 2. Cut the haddie into small squares, skin and parboil it. Wipe dry, broil on a buttered gridiron, and serve with melted butter. Broiled finnan haddie. 3. Wash the fish thoroughly, and let stand in cold water for 3/4 of an hour. Then cover with boiling water for 5 minutes. Wipe dry, rub with butter and lemon juice, and broil for 15 minutes. Serve with melted butter or tartar sauce. Broiled finnan haddie. 4. Wash the fish and soak for half an hour in cold water, skin side up. Cover with water just below the boiling point, and let stand for 15 minutes. Wipe dry, brush with olive oil, and broil slowly. Serve with melted butter and lemon juice. Baked finnan haddie. 1. Pour boiling water over the fish, and let it stand for 10 minutes. Take it out of the water, lay it in a baking pan, brush with butter and pepper, and bake for 15 minutes. Baked finnan haddie. 2. Put a haddie into a frying pan, pour over it half a cupful of milk and half a cupful of water. Heat slowly and let stand just below the boiling point for half an hour. Pour off the liquid, spread with butter, and bake for 25 minutes in a hot oven. Escalloped finnan haddie. Prepare the fish according to the directions given in the preceding recipe. After drying, remove the skin and bones, and flake with a fork. Butter a baking dish and put the fish into it. Pour over it a sauce made of 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together and added to 2 cupfuls of milk. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Toasted finnan haddie. Brush the fish with butter and sprinkle it with pepper. Broil until cooked through and serve with toast. Finnan haddie à la Delmonico. Flake half a pound of freshened finnan haddie and fry in a little butter. Add 1 cupful of cream, beaten with the yolk of a raw egg. Thicken with a tablespoonful of flour, rubbed smooth with a little of the cream. Add a hard-boiled egg chopped fine, and a teaspoonful of grated cheese. Serve on toast. Savory finnan haddie. Dip the fish in boiling water, take out all the bones and skin, mash the meat with a tablespoonful each of butter and cream, seasoning with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Cook until thick and pour over slices of buttered toast. Finnan haddie hash. Prepare the fish according to directions given for boiled finnan haddie. Mix with an equal quantity of hot mashed potatoes, moisten with cream, and season with chopped green peppers fried in oil. Finnan haddie with tomatoes. Lay a haddie in a deep dish, cover with boiling water, and let stand for 10 minutes. Drain and remove skin and break in good-sized flakes. Cook 2 level tablespoonfuls of butter and a tablespoonful of finely minced onion in a saucepan until golden brown. Add 1 cupful of the solid part of canned tomatoes. When it begins to simmer, add salt and pepper to taste. Then add the prepared fish and simmer for 5 minutes. Add 1 tablespoonful of finely minced parsley and serve. Creamed finnan haddie. Parboil, drain, and flake the fish. Reheat with shredded fried green peppers in a cream sauce. Canned pimentos may be used instead of the green peppers. End of section 14.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Good. www.soundsgood.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 15. 32 Ways to Cook Flounder. Baked Flounder. Clean and split 2 flounders and take out all the small bones. Lay the fish in a buttered dish. Sprinkle with chopped mushrooms, minced parsley, onion, and grated breadcrumbs. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Dot with butter and bake. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour and thicken 2 cupfuls of milk with it. Season with salt, pepper, lemon juice, anchovy paste, and minced parsley. Add a tablespoonful of capers. Drain the butter from the fish, pour over the sauce, and serve. Baked flounder à l'italienne. Cook together a tablespoonful of butter, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped parsley, 1 tablespoonful each of chopped mushrooms and shallots, and 2 cupfuls of white wine. Reduce half by rapid boiling. Add 1 cupful of chicken stock and half a cupful of milk or beef stock, and thicken with flour blended with butter. Season with salt and pepper and boil down until very thick. Prepare a flounder according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Season with salt and pepper, rub with butter, pour over 1 cupful of white wine. Cover with the sauce and sprinkle thickly with crumbs. Bake in a moderate oven until done. Serve in the same dish. Baked flounder à la Bonvalet. Put a cleaned flounder into a baking pan with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, chopped onion, a tablespoonful of butter, a wineglassful of white wine, and a cupful of white stock. Bake carefully, basting as required. Take up the fish, add another cupful of stock, and thicken the sauce with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, blended with an equal quantity of butter. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Spread this sauce over the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Sprinkle with lemon juice and serve. Baked flounder à la Parisienne. Stuff a cleaned flounder with seasoned crumbs and put into a buttered baking dish. Dot with butter, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and pour over half a cupful each of oyster liqueur and white wine. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 40 minutes, basting as required. Take up the fish, strain the sauce, and prepare a sauce according to directions given in the first part of the recipe for flounder pie à la Normandie. Add the strained liquid to the sauce. Pour over the fish, cover with crumbs, and brown in the oven. Baked flounder à la Saint-Malo. Put the cleaned fish into a buttered baking dish with chopped onions, parsley, salt, pepper, a tablespoonful of butter, and 2 cupfuls of cider. Also add a little mussel or oyster liqueur, if at hand. Bake for half an hour in a moderate oven, basting as needed. Drain the sauce. Thicken with a tablespoonful of butter cooked with an equal quantity of flour. Add more butter and a squeeze of lemon juice. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Baked fillets of flounder in wine. Fillet the fish. Mix together 4 tablespoonfuls of sherry, half a cupful of butter, 1 tablespoonful each of onion juice, lemon juice, and salt, and add pepper to season. Bring to a boil, dip the fillets into it, arrange in a baking dish, cover with the remaining sauce, and bake in a hot oven for 10 minutes. Fry in butter a slice each of onion and carrot, a bay leaf, and a sprig of parsley. Add a tablespoonful of flour and cook thoroughly. Add 1 cupful of chicken stock and half a cupful of cream. Cook until thick, stirring constantly and seasoning with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Add the gravy from the baking pan. Strain, reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked fillets of flounder. Remove the backbone and cut the fish into 4 pieces. Roll up each piece and pin with a toothpick. Soak for an hour in oil and lemon juice. Roll in seasoned crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs. Put into a baking pan. Upon thin slices of salt pork, sprinkle with chopped onions and olives. Cover and bake. Garnish with sliced lemons. Flounder with fine herbs. Put the prepared fish into a pan with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, the juice of a lemon, and salt and pepper to season. Add 1 cupful each of water and white wine. Cover and cook for half an hour. Drain the fish. Thicken the sauce with a tablespoonful of flour cooked in butter. Boil, strain, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Flounder à la Française. Cover a flounder with white wine. Sprinkle with salt and pepper. Add a bunch of parsley, a few chives, a bay leaf, and a little chopped onion. Boil for 10 minutes. Take up the fish carefully. Rub the sauce through a sieve. Thicken with a tablespoonful of flour rubbed smooth with half a cupful of butter. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Flounder à la Janine. Fill a flounder with seasoned crumbs mixed with chopped mushrooms, shallots, and parsley. Put on a buttered baking dish. Season with salt and pepper, dot with butter, and pour over half a cupful each of sherry and oyster liqueur. Bake until done, basting as required. Take up the fish, add a cupful of stock to the sauce, and thicken with browned flour. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and a little lemon juice. Strain over the fish and garnish with parboiled oysters. Flounder à la Provençale. Clean 2 flounders and let stand for 4 hours in a marinade of olive oil and lemon juice, seasoned with salt, pepper, onion, parsley, thyme, bay leaves, and bruised garlic. Put into a baking dish with the seasoning, a teaspoon of butter, 1 cupful each of stock and white wine. Bake for half an hour, basting as needed. Drain, strain, and skim the sauce. Thicken with butter and flour. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten and lemon juice to taste. Season with red pepper and minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Breaded turbans of flounder. Fillet 3 flounders, season with salt and pepper. Dip into melted butter, roll up and fasten with a toothpick. Dip into egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Turbans of flounder with anchovies. Drain a bottle of anchovies from the oil. Mix with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, half a cupful of stock, a tablespoonful of lemon juice, and salt and pepper to taste. Pound to a paste and add the yolks of 2 raw eggs. Prepare the fillet of flounder according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Spread with the forcemeat, roll up, and pin with toothpicks. Roll in melted butter, then in flour, and bake in a hot oven for 20 minutes. Turbans of flounder with oysters. Prepare according to directions given above, stuffing with chopped oysters and seasoned crumbs. Fricassee of flounder. Clean the flounders, cut into convenient pieces, season with salt, dredge with flour, and fry in boiling fat. Chop a dozen oysters and put into a saucepan with their liqueur, 1 cupful of white wine, a tablespoonful of anchovy paste, and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to taste. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Fried flounder. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, dip into milk, then into flour, and sauté in pork fat. Or dip in beaten egg and breadcrumbs and fry in deep fat. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Fried fillets of flounder. Prepare the fillets according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Keep in a cold place for half an hour. Fry in deep fat and serve with tartar sauce. Fillets of flounder au gratin. Cook together 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 tablespoonful of flour, a slice of onion, and a bay leaf. Add 2 cupfuls of chicken stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Strain and add a tablespoonful of lemon juice. Dip the fillets of fish into melted butter, season with salt and pepper, cover with sauce and breadcrumbs. Bake for 20 minutes in a very hot oven. Fillets of flounder à la Lyon. Bone the fish and cut into fillets. Wash in cold, salted water and wipe dry. Dip in egg and seasoned breadcrumbs, and fry in hot drippings. Serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley, or tomato sauce, or a sauce made as follows. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, and thicken with it a cupful. Add a tablespoonful each of lemon juice, chopped pickles, and capers, a teaspoonful each of minced parsley and mustard, and the mashed yolk of a hard-boiled egg. Beat thoroughly together and serve either hot or cold. Fillet of flounder à la Normandie. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given, and season with pepper and salt. Fry a small chopped onion in butter and add 2 chopped hard-boiled eggs and 1 tablespoonful of minced parsley. Season with pepper and salt. Add a tablespoonful of butter and cook to a smooth paste. Spread the fillets with this paste. Put a parboiled mussel on each one. Roll and tie with a string. Add to the mussel liqueur 1 cupful of cream and simmer the fillets in it for 6 minutes. Take out and cut the strings. Thicken the sauce with the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with 4 tablespoonfuls of cream. Add a teaspoonful of butter and a few drops of lemon juice. Add a few parboiled mussels to the sauce, reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Stuffed fillets of flounder 1. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given. Season with salt and pepper and dredge in flour. Put half of the fillets into a buttered baking dish. Chop together a button onion, a small bunch of parsley, half a stalk of celery, and half a can of mushrooms. Mix 2 tablespoonfuls of butter with 1 teaspoonful of flour and add to the chopped mixture with the yolks of 2 raw eggs. Season with salt, red and black pepper, and mix thoroughly. Spread the fillets in the pan with this stuffing and lay the other fillets on top. Cover with buttered paper and cook for 12 minutes. Serve with the remaining mushrooms heated and sprinkle with lemon juice. Stuffed fillets of flounder 2. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given. Put each 2 together with mashed potato beaten light with egg between. Cover with crumbs, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Fillets of flounder with green peas. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given. Dip into melted butter and season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Skewer into shape with toothpicks and arrange in a baking dish. Half cover with stock made from the fish trimmings and bake for 10 minutes. Arrange in a circle on a platter and fill the center with green peas seasoned with salt, pepper, and butter. Strain the stock, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, and serve separately as a sauce. Steamed fillets of flounder. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given and spread with chopped pickles, olives, capers, parsley, and onions. Roll up, fasten with toothpicks, and steam or bake, basting with stock, or dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Stuffed fillets of flounder a la Delmonico. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given. Cover with half a cupful of white wine, 1 cupful of fish stock made from the bones, and salt and paprika to season. Simmer for 20 minutes. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, add half a cupful of stock, and cook until very thick, stirring constantly. Add half a cupful each of shrimps and oysters chopped fine, a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce, the yolk of an egg, and 2 drops of Tabasco sauce. Dip the fillets in this mixture and cool. When cold, dip in crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Rolled fillets of flounder. Prepare the fillets as directed and spread with anchovies, lobster, shrimps, or sardines, mashed to a paste with butter. Roll up, fasten with toothpicks, and bake, fry, sauté, or stew as preferred. Broiled fillets of flounder a la Brighton. Season the fillets with salt, pepper, and oil. Broil carefully and put on slices of buttered toast. Surround with parboiled oysters and serve over a sauce made of water and the oyster liqueur, thickened with butter and flour cooked together, and seasoned with anchovy paste. Fillets of flounder a la Dieppoise. Prepare the fillets as directed, seasoning with salt and pepper. Brown in melted butter and cool. Sprinkle with crumbs, dip in eggs beaten with an equal quantity of melted butter, roll in fresh crumbs and broil, basting with oil. Serve with melted butter, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Flounder pie à la Normandie. Chop fine 2 carrots and 2 onions, 2 sprigs of parsley, a stalk of celery, and a bit of bay leaf. Fry in butter, seasoning with salt and pepper and powdered mace. Add 2 cupfuls of boiled milk and cook slowly for 25 minutes. Press through a sieve, add 2 cupfuls of cream, and reheat. Add the fillets of a 2-pound flounder, the mussels taken from a quart of mussel shells, a quart of oysters parboiled in their liqueur, and drained, and half a pound of cleaned, fresh mushrooms. Cook for 2 minutes. Thicken with the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of cream. Fill a baking dish lined with pastry, cover with crust, and bake. Broiled flounder à la Chivry. Cut the flounder into fillets as previously directed. Soak for an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice seasoned with salt, pepper, onion, and parsley. Dip in crumbs and broil, basting with oil. Serve with quartered lemon. Flounder with white wine sauce. Put the prepared fish into a baking dish with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 cupfuls of white wine, and salt and pepper to taste. Cover and cook for 20 minutes, adding more water if necessary. Drain the fish, thicken the gravy with a tablespoonful of flour cooked in butter, bring to the boil. Add the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Flounder au gratin. Fry in butter chopped parsley, shallot, and button mushrooms. Season with salt and pepper and spread on the bottom of a baking dish. Lay on them a trimmed flounder. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, moisten with white wine, and cook carefully. Serve in the same dish. End of section 15.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Barnhart. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 16. 27 Ways to Cook Frog Legs. Fried frog legs. 1. Break the yolk of an egg with a cupful of milk and add flour, enough to make a smooth batter. Dip into the batter frog legs which have been marinated in oil and vinegar, and fry in deep fat. Fried frog legs. 2. Clean, season with salt and pepper, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Fried frog legs. 3. Parboil for 3 minutes. Drain, wipe dry, dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with a border of green peas or with cream sauce. Fried frog legs. 4. Parboil for 5 minutes. Blanch in cold water, drain, and wipe dry. Season with salt and pepper. Dredge with flour and sauté in butter. Serve with a garnish of fried parsley. Fried frog legs. 5. Soak the prepared legs in milk for 15 minutes. Dip in seasoned flour without wiping and fry in deep fat. Fried frog legs. 6. Parboil for 5 minutes in salted and acidiluted water. Drain, dip into beaten egg, then in cornmeal, and fry golden brown in salt pork fat. Frog legs sauté. Put a tablespoonful of butter into a saucepan, and when it bubbles, put in the frog legs with a sprig of parsley and salt and pepper to season. Fry brown and garnish with slices of lemon. Southern fried frog legs. Parboil the legs for 3 minutes in salted water. Beat together 1 egg and half a cupful of milk. Season the legs with salt and pepper. Dip into the milk, then into cracker crumbs rolled fine, and fry in deep fat. Fried frog legs l'anglaise. Season the frog legs with salt and pepper and soak for an hour in lemon juice. Roll in flour, dip in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tomato sauce. Fried frog legs la frenaise. Marinate for an hour in vinegar with salt, pepper, parsley, chopped onion, bay leaves, and thyme. Drain, roll in flour, and sauté in hot fat. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Boiled frog legs. Soak the legs for half an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, seasoned with salt and pepper. Broil on a double broiler and serve with maitre d'hotel sauce. Baked frog legs. Prepare and clean 1 dozen frog legs. Butter a baking dish, sprinkle with chopped mushrooms and crumbs, and lay the frog legs on them. Season with salt and pepper and sweet herbs. Sprinkle with crumbs, squeeze over the juice of a lemon, and pour in a cupful of brown sauce. Cover and bake for half an hour in a moderate oven. Fricassee of frog legs 1. Simmer the prepared legs in milk until tender. Drain and put in a platter. Spread with butter and keep warm. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of flour and 2 of butter. Add the milk in which the legs were cooked and enough more to make a pint. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, paprika, and minced parsley. Take from the fire and add 2 eggs well beaten with the juice of half a lemon. Bring to the boil. Pour over the frog legs and serve. Fricassee of frog legs 2. Prepare and skin the legs and boil until tender in veal stock to cover, with pepper and salt to season, a bunch of sweet herbs, and a bit of lemon peel. Add a small slice of onion and cook until the legs are tender. Strain the liquid, thicken it with butter and flour and a little cream cooked together. Add the frog legs and a few canned mushrooms cut fine. Bring to the boil and serve. Fricassee of frog legs 3. Brown a dozen frog legs in butter with half a teaspoonful of chopped onions. Add 1/2 cupful of water and 1/2 cupful of sherry. Cover and cook for 20 minutes. Beat the yolks of 4 eggs with 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Add a little of the hot liquid. Pour into the pan and bring to the boil. Skim out the frog legs, put on a platter, and strain the sauce over them. Brown fricassee of frog legs. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter and brown it in 2 tablespoonfuls of flour. Add sufficient brown stock to make the required quantity of sauce and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, grated lemon peel, grated onion, sweet herbs, anchovy paste, and a pinch of allspice. Dip the frog legs in flour and fry brown. Arrange on a platter, cover the broiled mushrooms, pour the sauce over, and serve. Stewed frog legs 1. Soak the frog legs for an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, adding a teaspoonful of chopped onion. Fry brown in butter a small onion, a tomato, and a green pepper, all chopped fine. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook to a smooth paste. Add the frog legs and enough water or stock to keep from burning. Cover and cook for 10 or 15 minutes. Stewed frog legs 2. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter and brown it in 1 tablespoonful of flour. Add 1 cupful of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a dozen prepared frog legs. Simmer for 10 minutes. Season with salt and pepper. Take from the fire. Add the yolk of an egg beaten smooth with a little cold water. Bring the boil and serve at once. Stewed frog legs 3. Soak the prepared legs in milk for 15 minutes. Dip in seasoned flour and fry in hot butter for 3 minutes. Cover with hot water and simmer for 20 minutes. Bring half a cupful of cream to the boil. Stir in a tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add to the frog legs. Cook 3 minutes longer. Season with salt, pepper, and minced parsley and serve. Stewed frog legs 4. Brown a dozen frog legs in butter, sprinkle with flour, and add enough cream to make the required quantity of sauce. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a teaspoonful each of onion juice and minced parsley, and salt and pepper to season. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten smooth with a little cold milk. Bring to the boil and serve very hot. Frog legs la Hollandaise. Fry the prepared frog legs in butter, seasoning with salt and pepper. Add half a wineglassful of white wine. Cover and simmer for 5 minutes. Then add 2 cupfuls of Hollandaise sauce, 2 teaspoons of finely chopped parsley, and a little lemon juice. Bring to the boil and serve very hot. Frog legs la Provençale. Cover the bottom of a saucepan with olive oil and sprinkle with finely minced garlic. Lay the frog legs on this, cover and cook until brown. Squeeze over the juice of half a lemon, sprinkle with parsley, and serve. Frog legs au beurre noir. Boil the legs in court bouillon for 5 minutes. Drain, arrange on a serving dish, sprinkle with minced parsley, and keep warm. Brown half a cupful of butter in a frying pan, taking care not to burn. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar and salt and pepper to season. Pour over the frog legs and serve. Frog legs la poulette 1. Parboil a dozen frog legs, drain and cool. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of milk or white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add salt and pepper to season and the frog legs. Cover and cook for 20 minutes. Take from the fire, add the yolk of an egg beaten smooth with a little cold water and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Bring to the boil and serve at once. Frog legs la poulette 2. Season prepared frog legs with salt, pepper, and nutmeg, and fry brown in butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and 2 cupfuls of cream. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a wineglassful of white wine, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and the yolks of 4 eggs beaten smooth with the juice of a lemon. Bring to the boil and serve. Frog legs patties. Boil the legs until the meat drops from the bone. Remove the bone. Reheat in cream sauce and season to taste. Fill patty shells and serve. Frog legs la Crayola. Melt a tablespoonful of butter in a saucepan and fry in it a chopped onion, a tablespoonful of chopped raw ham, and half a green pepper shredded. Season highly with salt and pepper. Add 4 cupfuls of stock, a tablespoonful of rice, 6 sliced okras, and 1 sliced tomato. Cook thoroughly for 20 minutes. Add 4 cupfuls of prepared frog legs and simmer until they are tender. Half of this recipe is sufficient for a small family. End of section 16.
Section 17 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 17. 22 Ways to Cook Haddock. Broiled haddock 1. Clean and dry a fresh haddock, rub with vinegar, sprinkle with flour, and broil on a well-greased gridiron. Serve with shrimp or anchovy sauce. Broiled haddock 2. Soak the fish for an hour in a marinade of oil and vinegar. Drain, wipe dry, broil, and serve with melted butter. Broiled haddock à la maître d'hôtel. Clean and split a haddock, season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and broil. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled smoked haddock. Rub the fish with melted butter, season with pepper, and broil. Serve very hot. Fried fillets of haddock 1. Skin, clean, and fillet a haddock. Season with pepper and salt, dip into egg and crumbs, and fry brown in deep fat. Fried fillets of haddock 2. Cut the fish into fillets and marinade in oil and vinegar with a little onion. Drain, dip in batter, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tomato sauce. Fried smoked haddock. Soak a haddock for 4 hours in olive oil to cover. Drain and fry in a frying pan with a little of the oil. Season with pepper and serve very hot. Baked haddock 1. Make a stuffing of equal parts of chopped bacon and breadcrumbs. Season with salt and pepper, anchovy essence, and add a raw egg to bind. Stuff a cleaned haddock and sew up. Mix 1 tablespoonful of flour with 1 of cold water, add 1 cupful of boiling water, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of essence of anchovy. Pour the sauce into a baking pan, put the fish on it, and bake for an hour, basting as required. Baked haddock 2. Make a stuffing of 1 cupful of cracker crumbs, 1/4 of a cupful of butter and salt, minced onion, pickles, pepper, and parsley to season. Stuff the fish, sew up, cover with strips of salt pork, dredge with flour, and bake until brown, basting as required. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked haddock 3. Stuff the fish with crumbs and chopped veal, seasoning to taste and using a raw egg to bind. Rub with beaten egg, sprinkle with crumbs, and bake in a moderate oven, basting with melted butter as required. Serve with anchovy sauce. Baked fillets of haddock. Clean and fillet a fish, put into a pan with melted butter, and season with pepper, salt, and lemon juice. Sprinkle with minced parsley, cover with buttered paper, and bake in the oven. Serve with Italian sauce. Baked haddock with sauce. Clean and cut up the fish and remove the bones. Cut into small pieces. Butter a baking dish, sprinkle with crumbs, put in a layer of the fish, and spread with crumbs seasoned with salt, pepper, thyme, and grated onion, and mixed to a paste with raw egg. Repeat until the dish is full, having crumbs and butter on top. Add enough milk to moisten and bake. For the sauce, simmer the bones and trimmings of the fish, strain, season, and thicken with a teaspoonful each of butter and flour, cooked together and blended with a little hot water. Baked haddock with oyster stuffing. Remove the skin, head, and tail, and take out as many bones as possible. Divide into 2 fillets. Sprinkle with salt and brush with lemon juice. Lay 1 fillet on a greased fish sheet in a dripping pan, and cover thickly with seasoned oysters dipped in buttered cracker crumbs. Cover with the other fillet. Brush with egg slightly beaten. Cover with buttered crumbs, and bake for 50 minutes in a moderate oven. Serve with hollandaise sauce. Haddock rarebit. Cut the haddock into slices an inch thick, free from bone and skin. Lay in a greased baking dish and season with salt and pepper. Grate sufficient cheese to cover, and season with salt, red pepper, and mustard. Make to a smooth paste with cream or beaten egg. Put into a hot oven and cook until the cheese melts and browns, and the fish is firm. Take up carefully on a platter and pour 1 tablespoonful of sherry over each slice. Boiled haddock with white sauce. Boil the fish in salted and acidulated water, with a bunch of parsley to season. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour, and add salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Add 2 cupfuls of boiling water. Bring to the boil, strain, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled haddock with egg sauce. Mix finely grated breadcrumbs with half the quantity of chopped beef suet. Season with minced parsley, shallot, thyme, pepper, salt, and grated nutmeg. Bind with a raw egg. Stuff and sew up the fish, and boil in salted water. For the sauce, melt 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 2 of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add 2 cupfuls of boiling water, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 2 chopped hard-boiled eggs, season to taste, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled haddock with lobster sauce. Boil the fish gently in salted boiling water to cover. Melt 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, and cook thoroughly. Add gradually 2 cupfuls of boiling water and cook until thick. Season with lemon juice and cayenne. Strain the sauce and reheat. Add the finely cut meat of a small boiled lobster and the pounded coral. Pour over the fish and serve. Stewed haddock. Split the fish lengthwise and cut into pieces. Boil the bones and trimmings in water to cover, and strain. Butter a baking dish. Put the fish into it with the flesh downward, and sprinkle each piece with salt, cayenne, mace, and flour. Pour over it 2 cupfuls of the fish liquor. Cover and simmer for 20 minutes. Add 2 teaspoonfuls of anchovy essence and 1 cupful of sherry. Blend together 2 tablespoonfuls each of flour and butter. Make smooth with a little of the gravy, and thicken all of it. Simmer for 10 minutes and serve with the gravy poured over the fish. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Haddocks and oysters. Clean and fillet a haddock. Cover the trimmings with water and add the liquor drained from a pint of oysters. Add a slice of onion, a pinch of powdered sweet herbs, and a slice of carrot. Simmer to form a stock. Put a layer of sliced onion into a saucepan, and arrange upon it the fillets of fish and a pint of oysters. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, add the juice of a lemon, cover with sliced onion, strain the stock over, cover, and simmer until the fillets are tender. Arrange the fillets on a hot dish with the oysters, strain the liquid, thicken it with the yolks of 4 eggs, pour over, and serve. Fillets of haddock à la royale. Prepare the fillets and put into a basin with a marinade of oil and lemon juice seasoned with pepper, salt, minced parsley, and chopped shallots. Drain. Dip into batter and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Haddock à la crème. Boil the fish in salted and acidulated water. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and cook in it 2 heaping tablespoonfuls of flour. Add 4 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with pepper, salt, grated onion, and minced parsley. Put the fish into a serving dish, skin it carefully, and pour the sauce over it. Put a border of mashed potatoes around the fish, rub with melted butter, and put into the oven until the potato is brown. Haddock cutlets. Prepare a sauce according to directions given in the preceding recipe, using 1/4 the quantity of milk. Mix the sauce with cold cooked haddock, minced very fine, and cool. Shape into cutlets, dip into egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. End of section 17. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Spring 2007.
This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 18. 80 Ways to Cook Halibut. Broiled halibut. 1. Cut into steaks, dust with salt and pepper, cover with melted butter, and let stand for half an hour. Dredge with flour and broil. Serve with a garnish of sliced lemon and parsley. Broiled halibut. 2. Freshen salt halibut for an hour or two in cold water. Drain, season with pepper, and wrap each slice in tough paper well buttered, twisting the ends. Broil for 8 minutes. Take from the papers and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled halibut. 3. Season with salt and pepper and broil on a buttered gridiron over a clear fire. Serve with plenty of melted butter. Broiled halibut. 4. Sprinkle halibut steaks with salt, rub thoroughly with melted butter and broil until brown. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Broiled halibut. 5. Rub halibut steaks with olive oil and lemon juice and broil over a clear fire. Season with pepper and salt and serve with melted butter. Broiled halibut a la Boston. Broil one side of halibut steaks until heated through, then turn, and spread the other side with a paste of butter, flour, chopped onion, and tomato pulp. Cook until brown and serve with the crust side up. Halibut a la rarebit. Sprinkle 2 halibut steaks with salt and pepper, brush with melted butter, and bake until done. Arrange on a platter, pour over a Welsh rarebit, and serve. Halibut a la Majestic. Skin and bone halibut steaks and cut into fillets. Lay in a buttered baking dish, spread with butter, and add a wineglassful of white wine and a little boiling water. Cover with buttered paper and set into a hot oven until cooked. Take the pan out, cover the fish with a layer of sweet Spanish peppers, spread with cream sauce, sprinkle with crumbs and grated cheese, dot with butter, and brown in a hot oven. Serve in the same dish. Halibut a la Conant. In a buttered baking pan, put 3 thin slices of fat salt pork, 3 slices of onion, and a bit of bay leaf. On top of these lay a halibut steak and spread over it 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour blended together. Cover with buttered cracker crumbs and small strips of salt pork and bake for 20 minutes. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Halibut a la Maître d'Hôtel. Soak 2 halibut steaks for an hour in lemon juice, seasoned with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Mix together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 tablespoonful of flour, and 2 cupfuls of boiling water. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Put the slices of halibut into a buttered pan, cover with the sauce, and bake for 20 minutes, basting as required. Serve with any preferred sauce. Halibut a la Creole. 1. Wash a thick piece of halibut, put on a buttered baking dish, and season with salt and pepper. Cover with finely minced garlic, add 1 cupful of canned tomatoes and enough boiling water to keep from burning. Bake until done, basting as required. Halibut a la Creole. 2. Lay halibut steak for an hour in oil and vinegar, adding chopped onion and minced parsley to the marinade. Drain and put the fish into a baking pan. Turn over it a sauce made of 1 cupful of strained tomatoes, a tablespoonful of butter, a heaping teaspoonful of flour, and salt, paprika, and grated onion to season. Cover closely and bake until tender. Sprinkle with grated cheese and cook for 5 minutes longer. Transfer the fish carefully to a hot platter and pour the sauce around it. Halibut a la Creole. 3. Boil together a pint of stewed tomatoes, a cupful of water, a slice of onion, and 3 cloves. Blend together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour and stir into the sauce when it boils. Season with salt and pepper and cook for 10 minutes. Strain and cool. Skin the fish according to directions given in the recipe for Baked Halibut 1. Put on a buttered tin sheet in a baking pan, season with salt and pepper, and bake, basting frequently with the sauce. Baked Halibut 1. Take 3 or 4 pounds of the fish and remove the dark skin by dipping it into boiling water and scraping. Rub the flesh with salt and pepper, put it into a baking pan, and add enough milk to cover the bottom of the pan an inch deep. Bake for an hour, basting frequently with the milk. Take out the fish, remove the bone and skin, and serve with egg sauce. Baked Halibut 2. Soak 6 pounds of halibut in salt water for 2 hours. Wipe dry and score the outer skin. Bake for an hour in a moderately hot oven, basting with melted butter and hot water. Add a little boiling water to the gravy, a tablespoonful of walnut catsup, a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce, salt and pepper to season, and the juice of a lemon. Thicken with browned flour, rubbed smooth with a little cold water. Baked Halibut 3. Take a thick cut of halibut and soak for half an hour in salted water. Put into a baking pan with 2 slices of carrot, a slice of onion, and half a bay leaf. Pour over it a cupful of boiling water and 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter. Bake for an hour, basting frequently, and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked Halibut 4. Lay a thick piece of halibut into a buttered pan, cover with thin slices of salt pork, and dredge with salt, pepper, and flour. Cover the bottom of the pan with boiling water and bake for an hour. Baste with the gravy in the pan and melted butter, adding salt, pepper, and flour as needed. A bay leaf, a sprig of parsley, 2 slices of carrot, and half an onion or a clove of garlic may be put into the dripping pan. Baked Halibut 5. Prepare according to directions given for Baked Halibut 2, seasoning the gravy with lemon and onion juice, celery salt, and half a cupful of claret. Baked Halibut with Lobster Sauce. Put a piece of halibut on a buttered fish sheet, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and dredge with flour. Cover the bottom of the pan with water, add a sprig of parsley, a slice of onion, 2 slices of carrot, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, and a bit of bay leaf. Bake for an hour, basting as required, and serve with lobster sauce. Baked Halibut with Tomato Sauce. Cook together for 20 minutes 2 cupfuls of tomatoes, 1 cupful of water, a slice of onion, 3 cloves, and a teaspoonful of sugar. Cook together 3 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour, stir into the hot mixture, and cook until thick. Strain, and pour half of the sauce around 2 pounds of halibut placed on a buttered tin sheet. Bake for 35 minutes, basting often. Transfer to a hot platter and pour the remaining sauce around. Baked Halibut with Cream. Cover the fish with cream sauce, then with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake. Baked Fillets of Halibut au gratin. Bake half a dozen fillets of halibut for half an hour, seasoning with salt and pepper and basting with milk. Cover with a cream sauce to which half a cupful of grated cheese has been added, then with fried crumbs. Reheat and serve in the same dish. Baked Halibut Steaks with Oysters. Soak 2 halibut steaks for an hour in a marinade of oil and vinegar. Lay thin slices of salt pork upon a buttered tin sheet and spread thin slices of salt pork upon it. Lay one of the steaks upon the pork. Dip oysters in melted butter, then in cracker crumbs, and cover the steak with them. Put the other steak on top, cover with thin slices of pork, and bake for 40 minutes, basting with the juice in the pan or with butter melted in hot water. A few minutes before taking up, remove the pork from the top and cover with cracker crumbs and melted butter. Serve with hollandaise sauce to which parboiled oysters have been added. Baked Fillets of Halibut. Skin, bone, and fillet 2 halibut steaks. Dip in melted butter, season with salt, pepper, lemon, and onion juice. Roll up each fillet, fasten with a wooden toothpick, and bake for 20 minutes, basting with butter melted in hot water. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked Halibut Steaks 1. Put a halibut steak into a buttered baking dish, and spread with a dressing made of 1 cupful of crumbs, 1 tablespoonful of butter, and grated onion, minced parsley, grated nutmeg, salt, and red and black pepper to season. Lay another steak on top, season with salt and pepper, dot with butter, and bake for half an hour. Baked halibut steaks 2. Wash the steaks and soak for an hour in olive oil and lemon juice. Put into a buttered baking dish, sprinkle with minced onion and parsley, and pour over a cream sauce, using white stock instead of milk if preferred. Put a layer of flaked cooked halibut into a buttered baking dish, season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, add a layer of chopped mushrooms and a few tablespoonfuls of the sauce. Repeat until the dish is full, having sauce on top. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Baked halibut steaks 3. Trim the steaks, lay them in a baking pan, season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, dot with butter, pour over 1 cupful of cream and bake for 15 minutes in a quick oven, basting with cream. Baked chicken halibut. Prepare a dressing according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Stuff a chicken halibut, sew up and bake in a buttered pan, basting with melted butter and salted hot water. Serve with hollandaise sauce. Baked halibut steaks with tomatoes. Soak the steaks for an hour in olive oil and lemon juice. Cook together for 15 minutes a can of tomatoes and a seeded chopped green pepper, half an onion, a teaspoonful of sugar, and pepper and salt to season. Rub through a colander and cool. Put the drained fish in a buttered baking pan, pour the sauce over, and bake. Deviled halibut 1. Flake cold cooked halibut. Make a forcemeat of breadcrumbs, the yolks of 2 eggs, a tablespoonful of melted butter and salt, paprika, grated onion, and minced parsley to season. Mix the fish, moisten with oyster liquor, and fill buttered individual shells. Cover with crumbs, season with salt and pepper, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Deviled halibut 2. Flake a pound of cooked halibut. Mix together the pounded yolks of 3 hard-boiled eggs, 1 tablespoonful of olive oil, 2 teaspoonfuls of sugar, a teaspoonful of made mustard, a pinch of cayenne, a teaspoonful of salt, a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce, half a teaspoonful of anchovy paste, and enough vinegar to make a smooth paste. Mix thoroughly with the fish and garnish with hard-boiled eggs sliced or quartered. Molded halibut with green peas. Chop a pound of raw halibut very fine. Add to it the yolk of an egg well beaten and salt, red and white pepper to season. Add a teaspoonful of cornstarch rubbed smooth with 2/3 of a cupful of milk and 1/3 of a cupful of cream whipped solid. Fill buttered individual molds, put into a pan of hot water, and bake in a slow oven for 20 minutes. Turn out on a platter and surround with cooked peas reheated in cream sauce. Sandwiches of chicken halibut. Cut chicken halibut into thin fillets. Put together in pairs with chopped oysters between, rub to a paste with seasoned crumbs and cream. Rub with melted butter, sprinkle with lemon juice, and season with salt and pepper. Put into a shallow pan with half a cupful of white wine and bake for 20 minutes. Arrange on a platter, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve with hollandaise sauce. Turbans of halibut. Have a slice of halibut cut 2 inches thick. Take off the skin and cut into cylinders with a small tin baking powder box. Steam until firm and serve with a cream sauce flavored with parsley and lemon. Or bake in milk and serve with cream sauce, using a stewed and strained tomato for half of the liquid. Halibut and lobster à la hollandaise. Reheat equal quantities of boiled and flaked lobster and halibut in hollandaise sauce. Halibut steak à la jardinière. 1. Soak halibut steaks for an hour in salt and water. Wipe dry and rub with melted butter. Butter a china baking dish, sprinkle chopped onion on the bottom, and put in the steaks. On top put a boiled carrot cut into dice, half a dozen sliced tomatoes, a shredded green pepper, and half a cupful of green peas. Add enough salted boiling water to keep the fish from scorching, put a tablespoonful of butter on top, cover, and bake until done. Drain the liquor carefully from the pan, add 3 tablespoonfuls of white wine, and thicken with a teaspoonful of butter rolled in browned flour. Serve separately as a sauce. Halibut à la jardinière 2. Cover 2 slices of halibut with a chopped onion, 2 tomatoes sliced, a shredded and seeded green pepper, a dozen chopped almonds, a tablespoonful of melted butter, and salt to season. Bake for half an hour, pour over the sauce from the pan, and serve. Halibut and cucumbers. Cook the halibut until tender in court bouillon, drain and flake with a fork. Make a cream sauce, seasoning with curry powder. Pare, cut in halves, and parboil in beef stock as many cucumbers as are required. Scoop out the inside of each half, fill with the creamed fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven until the cucumbers are soft. Serve with a garnish of lemon and parsley. Halibut with anchovy sauce. 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, 4 tablespoonfuls of flour, 1/8 teaspoonful of pepper, 1/2 teaspoonful of salt, 2 hard-boiled eggs chopped, 2 cupfuls of cream, 2 drops of Tabasco, 1 teaspoonful of anchovy essence, 1 1/2 cupfuls of cold cooked halibut, flaked. Mix the ingredients in the order given and cook for 10 minutes. Serve with brown bread spread with cheese and chopped olives. Halibut au gratin. Flake cold cooked halibut and mix with an equal quantity of cream sauce. Put into buttered individual shells, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Escalloped halibut. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe, and add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Fill a baking dish using alternate layers of fish and grated cheese. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Halibut steak à la Flamande. Butter a baking pan, sprinkle with chopped onion, and lay a halibut steak upon it. Pour over the beaten yolk of an egg, season with salt and pepper, add the juice of half a lemon and 1 tablespoonful of butter cut into small pieces. Bake for 30 minutes. Add to the liquid remaining in the pan enough boiling water to make the required quantity of sauce and thicken it with browned flour. Creamed halibut. Flake cold cooked halibut and mix with cream sauce. Add a tablespoonful of minced parsley, the juice of half a lemon, and 3 tablespoonfuls of grated Parmesan cheese. Spread on buttered toast, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Halibut salad. Take cold cooked halibut cut small, salt and pepper lightly, and sprinkle with lemon juice. For the dressing, boil 3 large peeled potatoes until mealy. Drain, let dry, and beat to a dry powder with a fork. Add 1 saltspoonful of salt, the same of mustard and pepper, 1 rounding teaspoonful of powdered sugar, and 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar beaten in gradually. Pour over the halibut and decorate with lettuce or green tops. Turkish halibut. Place on the bottom of a baking pan 2 or 3 slices of onion, then a cutlet of halibut, and put a tablespoonful of butter cut into small bits over the top of the fish. Cut 3 skinned tomatoes into quarters, slice a sweet green pepper into ribbons, and put the tomatoes and pepper on the fish. Put the pan on the shelf of the oven to cook first the vegetables, but do not let it remain there long enough to discolor or change their shape. Then remove it to the bottom of the oven, baste it well, and finish the cooking. When done, place it carefully on a hot dish and pour over it the juice from the pan. Halibut pie. Butter a china baking dish and sprinkle with chopped shallots and parsley. Add a layer of chopped halibut and salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, chopped shallots, and parsley to season. Dot with butter and cover with sliced hard-boiled eggs. Add a cupful of cream sauce and 2 wineglassfuls of white wine. Wet the edge, cover with pastry, gash, brush with egg, and bake for 1.5 hours in a moderate oven. Make a hole in the center and moisten the pie with milk if it becomes too dry. Steamed halibut. Put the prepared fish on a plate, cover with a cloth, and put in a steamer. Steam for 2 hours and pour over an egg sauce. Halibut mousselines. Mince enough uncooked halibut to make 2 cupfuls. Add 1 cupful of soft breadcrumbs and 1/2 cupful of cream. Press through a colander, season with salt, pepper, lemon juice, a suspicion of mace, and Worcestershire sauce. Fold in carefully the beaten whites of 4 eggs. Turn into buttered molds, round-bottomed ones, and steam 1/2 hour. Turn out on separate plates, surround with sauce, make a stock of the fish bones and water, and add it to 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour cooked together. There should be 1 1/2 cupfuls of stock. Add 1/2 cupful of cream, and when boiling add salt, pepper, and 1 tablespoonful of grated horseradish soaked in lemon juice. Halibut steaks à la maître d'hôtel. Season the steaks with salt and pepper and rub thoroughly with oil. Broil in a double broiler and serve with melted butter, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Timbale of halibut. Chop 1/2 pound of raw halibut and press it through a sieve. Mix a cupful of breadcrumbs to a smooth paste with 1/2 cupful of milk and cook until it thickens. Take from the fire, add the fish pulp and the stiffly beaten whites of 5 eggs. Fill buttered timbale molds with the mixture and cook in a pan of hot water in a moderate oven for 20 minutes. Serve with cream or tomato sauce. Fillets of halibut à la poulet. Free the fish of skin and bones and cut it into fillets. Sprinkle with lemon juice, salt, and pepper. Cover with sliced onion and let stand for 1/2 hour. Remove the onion, dip into melted butter, roll up each piece, and fasten with a wooden toothpick. Dip once more into the butter, dredge thickly with flour, and bake for 20 minutes in a moderate oven. Cut the whites of 3 hard-boiled eggs into rings, and arrange around the fillets after taking up. Sprinkle the grated yolks over the fish and serve with cream sauce. Cold halibut fillet. Prepare 1/2 dozen fillets of halibut, remove the skin and bone, and boil in court bouillon. Drain and sprinkle with olive oil, lemon juice, minced parsley, and chopped onion. Serve with tartar sauce. Fillets of halibut with tomato sauce. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given, and bake, basting with tomato juice and melted butter. Serve with tomato sauce. Fillets of halibut stuffed with oysters. Prepare the fillets according to directions given for fillets of halibut à la poulet. Roll each one around an oyster, fasten with a wooden toothpick, and bake as usual. Fillets of halibut with brown sauce. Put the seasoned fillets into a buttered pan with sufficient boiling water and bake, basting as required. Drain off the water, add to it a teaspoonful of beef extract, and thicken with browned flour. Pour the sauce over the fish, cover with buttered crumbs, and bake until the crumbs are brown. Fillets of halibut with potato balls. Cut the solid meat into fillets, seasoning with salt, pepper, onion, and lemon juice. Brown slightly in pork fat, then place in a baking dish. Prepare a cream sauce, adding to it a slice each of carrot and onion, a bay leaf, and minced parsley, and grated nutmeg to season. Strain over the fish and bake for 12 minutes. Serve with a border of steamed potato balls. Fried fillets of halibut, 1. Prepare the fillets according to directions previously given and soak for an hour in a marinade of oil, vinegar, and minced onion. Drain, dip in batter, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fried fillets of halibut, 2. Clean and fillet the fish. Dip into beaten egg, then into crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Mayonnaise of halibut with cucumbers. Boil or steam halibut steaks according to directions previously given. Remove the skin, cover with thinly sliced cucumbers, and pour over a mayonnaise dressing. Halibut loaf. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 tablespoonful of flour. Add 1/2 can of chopped mushrooms, 2 cupfuls of chopped cooked halibut, pepper, salt, onion juice, and anchovy paste to season, and 2 eggs beaten smooth with 4 tablespoonfuls of cream. Pour into a buttered mold, cover, set into a pan of hot water, and cook steadily for an hour. Turn out and garnish with potato balls. Halibut and eggs. Flake a pound of cooked halibut and mix with 6 eggs well beaten. Season with salt and pepper and cook in butter, stirring constantly until the eggs set. Serve on buttered toast. Halibut and ramekins. Prepare the fish according to directions given for halibut and cucumbers. Fill buttered individual dishes, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven. Halibut fish balls. Flake cold cooked halibut and mix with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes beaten very light with egg. Season with salt, pepper, and melted butter. Shape into balls, dip into melted butter, dredge with flour, and fry in deep fat. Breaded halibut. Prepare according to directions given for halibut à la Creole I, sprinkling with minced parsley as well as garlic. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven. Coquilles of halibut. Flake cold cooked halibut and mix with cream sauce. Season with mushroom catsup, fill buttered individual shells, cover with fried breadcrumbs, and heat thoroughly in the oven. Halibut with caper sauce. Boil the halibut in salted and acidulated water. Pour over a caper sauce. Halibut pudding. 3 pounds of halibut, 6 eggs, 1/4 pound butter, 1 quart sweet milk, 2 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch, 1 tablespoonful of flour. Skin and bone the fish and run through a meat chopper. Add flour and cornstarch, mixing well. Add butter, rubbing all to a cream. Next the eggs, one at a time, thoroughly beating after each one. Add milk gradually, 1/4 teaspoon pepper and 1 1/2 teaspoons of salt. Beat until it thickens. Grease and line a deep baking pan with browned breadcrumbs. Fill with the fish mixture and sprinkle crumbs on top. Bake for an hour and a half in a moderate oven. Cover it first, then remove the cover and let it brown well. Boiled halibut I. Put 2 pounds of halibut into a saucepan and cover it with fresh water. Add a sliced onion, half a carrot sliced, 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar, a small bunch of parsley, a pinch of powdered sweet herbs, and 2 tablespoonfuls of salt. Simmer until done, drain, and serve with melted butter to which a little anchovy paste has been added. Boiled halibut II. Rub the fish with salt, sprinkle with lemon juice, and keep in a cool place for an hour. Cover with cold water, bring quickly to the boil, and simmer until done. Serve with egg sauce. Boiled halibut steaks au gratin. Soak the steaks in salted water for an hour, drain, and sprinkle with oil and lemon juice. Put into a covered baking pan, sprinkle with chopped onion and a tablespoonful of melted butter, and add a cupful of boiling water. Cover and cook until nearly done, then uncover, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake brown. Serve with tartar sauce. Boiled halibut steaks. Cover the steaks with court bouillon or hot water, and add a slice each of carrot, onion, and celery, a bay leaf, 4 cloves, 6 peppercorns, and the juice of half a lemon. Simmer until done, drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled halibut à la béchamel. Prepare boiled halibut according to directions previously given, and serve with béchamel sauce, seasoning with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Add 4 tablespoonfuls of butter and a pinch of sugar and strain over the fish. Boiled halibut with parsley sauce. Boil the halibut in salted and acidulated water. For the sauce, boil a cupful of chopped parsley for 5 minutes in a cupful of water. Strain the water through a sieve and thicken with a tablespoonful of butter blended with a tablespoonful of flour. Take from the fire, season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten, a little minced parsley, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and a few drops of lemon juice or vinegar. Strain over the fish and serve. Carbonade of halibut. Skin the halibut and cut into large cubes. Dip into melted butter, seasoned with salt, pepper, and onion juice, then into beaten egg, then into crumbs. Put into a buttered baking pan, spread with egg and butter, and cook in a hot oven for 12 minutes. Serve with hollandaise sauce. Fried halibut I. Cut into steaks and sauté in butter in a frying pan, or dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Fried halibut II. Season halibut steaks with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and sauté in salt pork fat. Serve the pork with the fish. Fried halibut III. Soak halibut steaks for an hour in a marinade of oil and vinegar. Drain, dredge with seasoned flour, dip in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs. Fry in deep fat. Fried halibut with tomato sauce. Remove the skin and bones from small halibut steaks, dip in milk, roll in seasoned flour, and fry light brown. Serve with a sauce of stewed, strained, and seasoned tomatoes thickened with butter and flour cooked together. Escalloped halibut au parmesan. Cut in thin slices 4 pounds of halibut meat. Put into a buttered pan with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and chopped onions to season. Cover, cook slowly, and then drain. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour, add a quart of milk, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten, and half a cupful of grated cheese. Put into a buttered baking dish a layer of fish, cover it with sauce, and repeat until the dish is full, having sauce on top. Sprinkle thickly with crumbs and grated cheese, dot with butter, and bake in a moderate oven. Breaded halibut steaks. Dip halibut steaks into egg and breadcrumbs and broil on a buttered gridiron, basting with melted butter or olive oil. Halibut timbales. Chop fine a slice of raw halibut and rub it through a sieve. Season 1 cupful of the pulp with salt, red pepper, and onion juice, then add gradually the stiffly beaten whites of 4 eggs and 1 cupful of whipped cream. Fill buttered timbale molds, cover with buttered paper, and bake for 15 minutes in a pan of hot water. Turn out and serve with any preferred sauce. Halibut au poulet. Melt 1/4 of a cupful of butter and season it with salt, pepper, grated onion, and lemon juice. Dip prepared fillets of halibut into it. Roll up and fasten with a wooden toothpick. Dredge with flour and bake, basting with melted butter. Arrange on a platter, pour over a cream sauce, and sprinkle thickly with chopped hard-boiled eggs. End of section 18.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Royal. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 19. 25 Ways to Cook Herring. Stewed herring. Clean the fish and cut off the heads. Pack in layers in an earthen pot and sprinkle salt and pepper over each layer. Chop together carrots and onions, enough to cover the fish, and fry in butter with parsley, a few peppercorns, and a minced clove of garlic. Pour over the vegetables enough white wine to cover the fish, and bring to the boil. Simmer for half an hour, then strain over the fish, and cook over a slow fire until done. Matelote of herring. Cut off the heads and tails, and divide each herring lengthwise into 2 fillets. Put a small amount of butter into a frying pan, and add enough flour to absorb nearly all of it. Then add a little chopped parsley and a few chopped shallots. Lay the fish in the pan, add enough red wine to cover, and cook over a hot fire. Garnish with small onions fried in butter and sugar, and sautéed mushrooms. Broiled herring. Clean and split the fish. Let stand for an hour in olive oil, seasoned with minced parsley. Broil over a slow fire and serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Broiled herring with mustard sauce. Clean and cut off the heads of the fish, but do not split. Dip in seasoned oil and let stand for an hour. Broil over a slow fire. Mix together 1 teaspoonful of flour and 1 teaspoonful of mustard. Add 1 cupful of white stock and bring to the boil. Add 1 tablespoon of butter, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and pepper and salt to taste. Pour over the fish and serve. Broiled smoked herring. Put the cleaned herring into a bowl. Cover with boiling water. Let stand for 10 minutes. Skin, wipe dry, broil, and serve with melted butter. Broiled herring with cream sauce. Soak for an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, seasoned with salt and pepper. Broil and serve with a cream sauce. Add to the sauce a teaspoonful of minced parsley and a few drops of vinegar. Fried herring 1. Clean and cut up the fish, dip in milk, roll in flour, and fry in hot fat. Serve with a cream sauce, to which 4 tablespoons of prepared mustard have been added. Fried herring 2. Clean and cut up the fish, dredge with salt, pepper, and flour, and put into a frying pan with hot lard. Fried herring 3. Remove the head and tail, Clean, gash down to the bone, roll in cornmeal, and fry in salt pork fat. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Herring à la Normandie. Chop a large onion fine and fry it. When brown, fry half a dozen prepared herrings in the same fat. When brown, add salt, pepper, and 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar. Bring to the boil and pour over the herring. Serve with mustard. Smoked herring à la marine. Cut off the heads of smoked herrings and put the rest in a bowl. Cover with hot water and soak for 2 hours. Take them out, skin, bone, and soak for 2 weeks in enough oil to cover, with sliced onions, peppercorns, and bay leaves. Keep in a cool place. Boiled herring. Clean the fish thoroughly and rub with salt and vinegar. Skewer their tails in their mouths and boil for 10 or 12 minutes. Drain and serve with melted butter and parsley. Herring relish. Soak 6 Holland herrings overnight. Remove the backbones, cut up into inch pieces, and add 3 onions sliced thin. Cover with vinegar and serve the next day. Herring salad. Soak 4 salt herrings in water overnight. Drain and chop fine. Mix with 4 boiled beets, 3 heads of celery boiled, 4 peeled sour apples, 2 onions, 3 pickles, and 2 pounds of lean roast veal. Chop very fine, season with salt and pepper, and pour over enough oil to moisten, and enough vinegar to suit the taste. Serve very cold, with a garnish of hard-boiled eggs. Herring salad à la Brenoise, Brenoise. Peel and cut into dice a quart of cold-boiled potatoes, 4 peeled and cored sour apples, the fillets of 4 salt herrings, a cucumber pickle, and 2 boiled beets. Add salt, pepper, chopped onion, vinegar, mustard, and mayonnaise dressing. Sprinkle with minced parsley before serving. Swedish herring salad. Soak 2 salted Holland herrings for 24 hours. Remove the bones and cut into dice. Add an equal amount of cooked meat, cut into dice, and half the quantity each of boiled potatoes, sour apples, and beets chopped fine. Chop 1 tablespoon of capers and 4 hard-boiled eggs. Add to the salad with 3 tablespoons of cream, 2 of olive oil, 2 of vinegar, and pepper, sugar, and mustard to taste. Press in a mold and serve on platter with a garnish of parsley. Serve with the same kind of dressing that was mixed with the salad. Smoked herring salad. Put the crisp leaves of a head of lettuce into a salad bowl. Skin and remove the bone from 2 smoked herrings. Chop fine and mix with the lettuce. Pour over a French dressing to which a chopped hard-boiled egg has been added. Pickled herring. Soak in milk and water overnight. Next day, put the herring into a stone jar with alternate layers of sliced onion, a few slices of lemon, a few cloves, bay leaves, and whole peppers, and enough mustard seed to season. Rub the roe through a sieve. Add a tablespoon of brown sugar and add it to the herring. Pour over enough vinegar to cover the fish and let stand 3 or 4 days before using. Herring balls. Parboil 3 red herrings, skin and remove the bones. Add an equal quantity of baked potatoes, skinned and mashed. Make to a paste with cream and melted butter. Season to taste and shape into balls. Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Baked smoked herring. Wash thoroughly, wipe dry, wrap in clean wet manila paper, and put into a quick oven for 15 minutes. Served with sliced lemon. Baked fresh herring. Clean a dozen fresh herrings, removing the head and tail. Butter a deep earthen dish, put in a layer of fish, 2 slices of lemon, and 3 or 4 slices of onion. Season with pepper and salt and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with vinegar. Tie a sheet of buttered brown paper over the dish and bake in a slow oven for 6 hours. The bones will be dissolved. Marinade of herring. Soak white salted herrings for 2 hours in milk to cover. Split, remove the bones, and cut each half into 3 pieces. Pack in layers in a deep jar, seasoning between the layers with minced shallot, pounded clove, and white pepper. Add here and there a bit of bay leaf and a slice of fresh lemon, with half the rinds taken off. Use the roe with the herring. Season the top layer, cover with vinegar, add 3 tablespoons of olive oil, and let stand for 2 days before using. Escalloped herring. Soak 4 or 5 Norway herrings overnight. Divide the fish down the back, remove the skin and bones, and cut into 8 squares. Arrange in a baking pan with alternate layers of cold-boiled potatoes, seasoning each layer with butter and red pepper. Have potatoes on top. Pour over 3 eggs beaten with 3 cupfuls of milk. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake for 40 minutes. Grilled smoked herring. Soak overnight and in the morning, cover with hot water and let stand for half an hour. Put into cold water for 10 minutes, then wipe dry and broil. Serve with hot cornbread. Grilled fresh herring. Dip in seasoned melted butter, then in crumbs, and broil carefully, basting with melted butter if required. Serve with Maitre d' hotel sauce. End of section 19. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Royal. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 20. 9 ways to cook kingfish. Boiled kingfish. Clean the fish and boil with enough fish stock to cover. Drain carefully, garnish with parsley, and serve with either brown or white sauce. Boiled kingfish à la hollandaise. Scale and clean 2 large kingfish and boil in salted and acidulated water with a bunch of parsley, a slice each of carrot and onion, and a pinch of powdered sweet herbs. Cover with buttered paper and simmer until done. Garnish with parsley and serve with hollandaise sauce. Fried kingfish 1. Cut the fish into fillets, remove the skin, season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, dip in beaten egg, then in breadcrumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried kingfish 2. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Cook until firm in melted butter and lemon juice. Drain, cool, dip in batter, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried kingfish 3. Clean and fillet the fish, dip in milk, roll in flour and fry. Drain, season, garnish with lemons, and serve with tomato sauce. Broiled kingfish. Clean thoroughly, wipe dry, and slit down the back. Season with salt and pepper, and baste with oil before and during the broiling. Serve with melted butter, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Baked kingfish. Clean 4 kingfish, cut off the fins, and gash from head to tail on each side. Place on a buttered baking dish, sprinkle with chopped shallots, parsley, and mushrooms. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, and put small bits of butter in the incisions. Pour over 2 wine glassfuls of white wine and baste with the liquid while baking. Thicken a cupful of beef stock with butter and brown flour, and pour over the fish when nearly done. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Sprinkle with lemon juice before serving. Baked kingfish with white sauce. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the recipe for baked kingfish, omitting the mushrooms and the seasoning. Pour over 1 cupful of white wine and half a cupful of white stock. Baste with the liquid while baking. Take up the fish carefully and add to the liquid remaining in the pan enough white stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with a tablespoon each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire. Add 2 tablespoons of butter and a little lemon juice. Strain over the fish and serve. Kingfish à la Meunière. Meuniere. Prepare and season 8 small kingfish, dredge with flour, brown in butter, and finish cooking in the oven. When done, pour over 2 tablespoons of butter, which has been cooked brown, sprinkle with lemon juice and minced parsley, and serve in the baking dish. End of section 20.
Section 21 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 21. 65 Ways to Cook Mackerel. Broiled Spanish Mackerel, Recipe 1. Cut a fish down the middle. Take out all the bones and cut again in halves. Dry on a cloth and sprinkle with salt and pepper. Beat 2 eggs, add an equal quantity of olive oil, dip the fish into this, then into breadcrumbs, and broil over a clear fire. Broiled Spanish Mackerel, Recipe 2. Split the mackerel down the back and broil carefully over a clear fire. Season with butter, pepper and salt. Broiled Fresh Mackerel, Recipe 1. Split 2 fresh mackerel, remove the backbone, season with salt and pepper, rub with olive oil and broil. Serve with melted butter, lemon juice and minced parsley. Broiled Mackerel, Recipe 2. Draw and wash the mackerel, cut off the head, rub with olive oil and broil. Sprinkle with minced parsley, onions and lemon juice and serve very hot. Broiled Mackerel, Recipe 3. Split a mackerel down the back, take out the backbone, sprinkle with salt and broil on a buttered gridiron. Serve with melted butter, lemon juice, salt and pepper. A little minced parsley may be added. Broiled Mackerel with anchovy butter. Split and broil a fresh mackerel and serve with melted butter, seasoned with anchovy paste. Broiled Mackerel au beurre noir. Open the mackerel, remove the bones, sprinkle with pepper and salt, spread with butter and broil. Cook a tablespoonful of butter until brown. Take from the fire, add the juice of half a lemon and pour over the fish. Garnish with parsley. Broiled Mackerel à la Livournaise. Broil a Spanish mackerel, seasoning with salt and pepper and basting with oil. Serve with a sauce made of 8 pounded anchovies mixed with mayonnaise and seasoned with pepper, grated nutmeg and minced parsley. The sauce is served cold. Broiled Mackerel with Normandy sauce. Soak cleaned mackerel in oil with chopped onion and parsley to season. Leave the roe inside. Rub the inside with lemon juice and butter. Wrap in oiled paper and broil over a slow fire for 40 minutes. Prepare a cream sauce and add to it 2 tablespoonfuls each of mushroom catsup and fish stock, or boiling water in which a little anchovy paste has been dissolved. Bring to the boil, take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs and the juice of half a lemon. Add 1 tablespoonful of butter, pour over the fish and serve. Broiled Mackerel à la Fleurette. Split a Spanish mackerel, remove the bones and season with salt, pepper and olive oil, basting with oil as needed. For the sauce, cook in a saucepan, without browning, 4 chopped shallots, 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar, a teaspoonful each of chopped chives and parsley, salt, pepper and grated nutmeg to season, 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, and a tablespoonful of flour. Cook until smooth, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of half a lemon, pour over the fish and serve. Broiled Salt Mackerel, Recipe 1. Soak the fish overnight in cold water. In the morning, drain, cover with boiling water, and let stand for an hour. Rinse in cold water, wipe dry, and soak for 20 minutes in oil and vinegar or lemon juice. Broil and serve with melted butter, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Broiled Salt Mackerel, Recipe 2. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Take the fish from the hot water and cover for 5 minutes with cold water. Wipe dry, soak in olive oil and lemon juice for half an hour. Drain, broil, and serve with tartar sauce. Broiled salt mackerel, Recipe 3. Soak overnight, drain, wipe, rub with butter, and broil. Pour over it a sauce made of a tablespoonful of butter, a teaspoon of lemon juice or vinegar, a tablespoonful of hot water, a pinch of pepper, and a chopped cucumber pickle. Bring to the boil and pour over the fish. Broiled salt mackerel with cream. Soak overnight in cold water, drain, wipe dry, rub with oil, and broil. Serve on a hot platter and pour over half a cupful of hot cream. Sprinkle with minced parsley. Broiled mackerel with tarragon sauce. Soak the cleaned fish for an hour in olive oil and broil. Serve with melted butter seasoned with pepper, salt, and tarragon vinegar. Boiled mackerel, Recipe 1. Boil in water or stock to cover, seasoning with onion, sweet herbs, pepper, salt, cloves, and vinegar. Strain the liquor, thicken it with butter and flour blended together, and add to it minced parsley and hard-boiled eggs, chopped fine. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled mackerel, Recipe 2. Boil in salted water until done and drain. Serve with egg sauce. Boiled mackerel, Recipe 3. Boil a fresh mackerel in salted and acidulated water. Drain and serve with a cream sauce. Boiled mackerel, Recipe 4. Clean a fresh mackerel and split it down the back. Put it in a dripping pan and pour over it 2 cupfuls of boiling water, 2 tablespoons each of vinegar and lemon juice, and a teaspoonful of salt. Add a sliced onion and boil for 3/4 of an hour. Take up the fish, strain the liquid, add a teaspoonful of capers, bring to the boil, and pour over the fish. Boiled mackerel with gooseberry sauce. Boil the mackerel in salted and acidulated water. Boil 2 cupfuls of gooseberries in water to cover until soft. Drain, rub through a sieve, and mix with an equal quantity of the fish broth, thickened with butter and flour. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter. Boiled mackerel à la persillade. Boil the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Beat together with an egg beater half a cupful of olive oil, the juice of 2 lemons, 2 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley, 1 tablespoonful of mustard, and a little tarragon vinegar. Pour over the fish and serve. Fresh boiled mackerel. Clean the mackerel, sprinkle with vinegar, wrap in a floured cloth and baste closely. Boil for 3/4 of an hour in salted water. Drain and take off the cloth. Strain a cupful of the water in which the fish was boiled, and bring to the boil with a tablespoonful of walnut catsup, a teaspoonful of anchovy paste, and the juice of half a lemon. Thicken with butter and browned flour. Boiled mackerel à la bolognaise. Clean 4 fresh mackerel. Remove the heads and tails and cut in halves crosswise. Put into a saucepan with sliced onions, a bunch of parsley, salt and pepper, a little white wine, and enough boiling water to cover. Cover with buttered paper and simmer for 15 minutes. Take out the fish, strain the broth, and thicken a pint of it with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a teaspoonful of chopped parsley, and a little tarragon vinegar. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled salt mackerel, Recipe 1. Soak the fish in cold water overnight, and in the morning rinse thoroughly. Wrap in a cloth and put to boil in cold water. Bring slowly to the boiling point and cook for 30 minutes. Unwrap carefully, take out the backbones, and pour over a little melted butter and cream, seasoning with pepper. Or serve with a sauce made of a cupful of milk thickened with a teaspoonful of cornstarch and season with butter, pepper, salt, and minced parsley. Take from the fire, add 1 egg well beaten, and pour over the fish. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Boiled salt mackerel, Recipe 2. Soak overnight in cold water, and in the morning rinse thoroughly. Boil, drain, and pour over a cupful of hot cream in which a tablespoonful of butter has been melted. Boiled salt mackerel, Recipe 3. Wash thoroughly, cover with cold water to which a chopped onion and a little black pepper have been added, and boil until the flesh loosens from the bone. Drain and serve with melted butter and minced parsley. Boiled salt mackerel, Recipe 4. Soak the fish overnight in cold water, and in the morning cover with hot water for half an hour. Drain and boil in acidulated water or in milk until done. Serve with a cream sauce to which chopped hard-boiled eggs have been added, or with tomato sauce. Boiled salt mackerel, Recipe 5. Soak the fish overnight in cold water. Drain and simmer for 15 minutes in water to cover, adding a teaspoonful of vinegar, a bay leaf, a slice of onion, and a sprig of parsley. When tender, place on a hot platter and pour over it a cream sauce. Boiled salt mackerel, Recipe 6. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the preceding recipe, and simmer for 20 minutes in acidulated water. Drain and pour over it a cream sauce. Boiled salt mackerel, Recipe 7. Prepare according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Pour over a sauce made of stewed and strained tomatoes, thickened with butter and browned flour, and seasoned with pepper, salt, sugar, and grated onion. Baked mackerel, Recipe 1. Clean the mackerel. Split down the back and cut each fish in 4 pieces. Put in a baking dish in layers, seasoning each layer with bay leaves, cloves, peppercorns, and sliced onions or shallots. Cover with 1 cupful of stock, 3 tablespoons each of white wine and vinegar, 1 tablespoon each of anchovy sauce and mushroom catsup, and a teaspoonful of Worcestershire. Bake in a moderate oven. Take out the fish carefully, strain the sauce over them, and let cool. Baked mackerel, Recipe 2. Split a fresh mackerel, take out the backbone, dry thoroughly, and sprinkle the inside with salt and pepper. Drain the liquor from a quart of oysters, and put aside a dozen of the large ones. Chop the remaining oysters coarsely. Fry 2 chopped onions in butter. Add the chopped oysters with 3 chopped hard-boiled eggs and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Season with salt and pepper and cool. Mix with the yolks of 2 raw eggs and a tablespoonful of butter. Stuff the fish and sew up. Put into a baking pan. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 20 minutes, basting as required. Add the oysters and bake for 5 minutes longer. Serve the fish on a warm platter with lemon juice squeezed over it, and place the oysters around it on thin circles of toast spread with anchovy paste. Garnish with parsley and lemon, and serve very hot. Baked mackerel, Recipe 3. Gash 2 cleaned fresh mackerel and put in a buttered baking dish with 2 tablespoonfuls of white wine, 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor, a chopped shallot, and salt and pepper to season. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 15 minutes in a moderate oven. Take up the fish and add to the gravy a little chopped onion, mushrooms, shallot, parsley, and garlic fried together, and enough white stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Add the juice of half a lemon and a tablespoonful of butter and pour over the fish. Baked mackerel, recipe 4. Soak a fresh cleaned fish for half an hour in olive oil and lemon juice. Lay in a baking pan upon thin slices of fat salt pork. Sprinkle with salt and pepper and bake for 25 minutes. Serve with tomato sauce. Baked fillet of mackerel, recipe 1. Remove the head and backbone from a large fresh mackerel and place the roe on top. Chop fine 6 shallots or 3 small onions, half a pound of mushrooms and 3 or 4 sprigs of parsley. Add a teaspoonful of salt and a pinch of pepper. Put half of this mixture in a buttered baking pan. Lay the fish upon it and pour over 6 tablespoonfuls of white wine. Spread the remaining seasoning on top. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, cover with buttered paper and bake for 30 minutes. Pour over a little melted butter, garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve in the dish in which it is baked. Baked fillets of mackerel, recipe 2. Butter an oval baking dish and spread chopped oysters on the bottom. Arrange upon it the fillets of 4 fresh mackerel, skinned and seasoned with salt and pepper. Sprinkle with chopped onion, parsley and mushrooms. Cover with 1 cupful of beef stock, thickened with browned flour. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake for half an hour. Sprinkle with lemon juice and serve in the same dish. Baked fillets of mackerel, recipe 3. Clean and fillet the fish. Put in a buttered baking dish. Season with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Squeeze lemon juice over. Pour on a little melted butter. Cover with buttered paper and bake. Drain and serve with Maitre d'Hotel sauce. Baked fillets of mackerel with cream. Cook the prepared fillets in melted butter and drain. Thicken 2 cupfuls of white stock with butter and flour cooked together. Add a wineglassful of white wine. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Cover the fillets with the sauce. Sprinkle with crumbs and grated cheese. Dot with butter and bake brown. Sprinkle with lemon juice and serve in the same dish. Mackerel baked in cream. Skin and bone a large fish. Cut it into 4 pieces, season it and fry in butter. Drain it and keep warm. Mix a cupful of white stock with 2 tablespoonfuls of sherry and the yolk of an egg. Cook until it thickens and pour over the fish, seasoning with minced parsley and onion. Sprinkle with crumbs and bake until brown. Baked fresh mackerel with fine herbs. Split and clean the fish, remove the head and tail, put into a buttered dripping pan, sprinkle with salt and pepper, dot with butter, and pour over 2/3 of a cupful of milk. Bake for 25 minutes in a hot oven. Baked Spanish mackerel with fine herbs. Butter a baking dish. Sprinkle with chopped shallots, parsley and mushrooms. Lay a cleaned mackerel upon it. Sprinkle with more chopped shallots, parsley and mushrooms. Season with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg and dots of butter. Add 2 wineglassfuls of white wine and a cupful of white stock. Cover with a buttered paper and boil, basting frequently. Thicken the sauce with a tablespoonful of flour cooked in butter. Pour over the fish, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter and bake brown. Squeeze lemon juice over the top and serve in the same dish. Baked mackerel with oyster stuffing. Make a stuffing of 12 chopped oysters, a cupful of breadcrumbs, the chopped yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs, a tablespoonful of butter, and onion juice, minced parsley, salt and pepper to season. Bind with the yolk of a raw egg, and fill a cleaned fresh mackerel with the stuffing. Put the fish on a buttered baking dish, dredge with flour, and pour around it a cupful each of boiling water and stock. Bake until done, basting often with melted butter and the drippings. When done, slide onto a hot platter and add to the remaining liquid sufficient warm water to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with browned flour, seasoned with tomato catsup and Worcestershire. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked salt mackerel. Soak overnight in cold water. In the morning, drain, cover with boiling water and let stand for 5 minutes. Drain and put into a baking pan. Rub with butter, season with pepper, and pour over half a cupful of cream or milk. Bake until brown. Baked salt mackerel with cream sauce. Soak a salt mackerel overnight. In the morning, drain, rinse, and put into a baking pan with a pint of milk. Bake for 20 minutes. Take up the fish and thicken the milk with a tablespoon each of butter and flour cooked together. Season with salt and pepper, pour over the fish, and serve. Fried mackerel. Fry 3 slices of salt pork and add to the fat a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce. Fry in this fresh mackerel, dredged with flour. Season with melted butter. The mackerel may be dipped in beaten egg before it is dipped in flour. Fried salt mackerel. Soak all day in cold water, changing the water every 2 hours. In the morning, drain, wipe dry, roll in flour, and fry in melted butter. Serve with melted butter and parsley. Mackerel à la Havraise. Clean the fish, take out the backbone, and put into a baking pan. To each mackerel add 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped shallots, and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Add 2 cupfuls of white wine, cover and cook slowly for 30 minutes. Take up the fish, thicken the sauce with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together, and boil for 5 minutes. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with a cupful of cream, season with lemon juice and minced parsley, pour over the fish, and serve. Spanish mackerel à la Castilienne. Open a Spanish mackerel, take out most of the backbone, season with salt and pepper, and stuff with seasoned crumbs. Put into a buttered baking dish with 2 sliced onions, a bunch of parsley, half a cup of sherry, and 2 cupfuls of white stock. Cover with a buttered paper and cook for half an hour in the oven, basting as needed. Take up the fish, strain the sauce and thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Season with lemon juice and anchovy paste. Add a tablespoonful of butter, pour over the fish, and serve. Spanish mackerel à l'Espagnole. Put a cleaned Spanish mackerel in a buttered pan with 1 cupful each of wine and white stock. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Add a bunch of parsley and a clove of garlic. Cover with buttered paper and simmer for 40 minutes. Take up the fish. Thicken the sauce with browned flour. Season with lemon juice and melted butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Spanish mackerel à la Nassau. Clean and gash a large mackerel. Put in a buttered dish with salt, pepper, half a dozen peeled and sliced tomatoes, 2 wineglassfuls of white wine, and half a cupful of water. Add 2 sliced and parboiled onions, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and half a cupful of mushrooms. add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Cover with buttered paper and bake for half an hour, basting as needed. Take out the fish and add enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Pour over the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter and bake brown. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve. Spanish mackerel à la Vénitienne. Put the cleaned mackerel into a baking pan with salt, pepper, grated onion, grated nutmeg, minced parsley, a tablespoonful of butter and half a cupful each of white wine and white stock. Cover with a buttered paper and cook for 40 minutes, basting as needed. Take out the fish and add 2 cupfuls of white stock to the sauce. Bring to the boil, take from the fire, thicken with the yolks of 4 eggs and add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Mackerel à la Tyrol. Wash and dry 2 fresh fish and put into a saucepan with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, chopped parsley and onion, and 2 tablespoonfuls of cider. Cover and cook for half an hour. Then add 1 cupful of white stock thickened with flour and butter, the yolk of an egg, and a tablespoonful of tarragon vinegar. Strain the sauce over the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve in the same dish. Fillets of mackerel à la Orly. Clean and fillet the fish, remove the skin and bones, and soak for an hour in oil and lemon juice, seasoned with chopped onion, parsley, salt, pepper, and sweet herbs. Drain, dredge with flour, dip in beaten eggs, roll in crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tomato sauce. Fillets of mackerel à l'Indienne. Fillet 2 large fresh mackerel, cut in 2 and remove the skin. Simmer for 15 minutes with 2 tablespoonfuls each of melted butter and curry powder, mixed with 2 wineglassfuls of white wine. Season with salt and pepper. Prepare a cream sauce and add to it 2 tablespoons of butter and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve with a border of plain boiled rice. Mackerel à la Bretonne. Wash and split a large mackerel, wipe dry, dredge with flour, and fry brown in butter. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Salt mackerel à la Bretonne. Soak the fish for 12 hours and prepare according to directions given above. Serve with melted butter. Scotch mackerel pie. Make a forcemeat of the roe and some parsley, onion, butter, breadcrumbs, thyme, sweet marjoram, and the yolk of an egg. Cut the fish into strips, spread with the filling, and roll. Arrange in a deep dish, pour in half a cupful of stock, and cover with a layer of mashed potatoes. Bake for 3/4 of an hour and serve. Toasted salt mackerel. Soak overnight in cold water and hang up for a day or 2 until perfectly dry. Put in a dry tin and set into the oven for 10 minutes. Mackerel en papillote. Oil a sheet of paper a little larger than the fish. Lay a slice of cooked ham on each piece of paper and spread with chopped onion, carrot, parsley, and green pepper fried together in butter. Lay a mackerel on the ham, spread with the fried vegetables, cover with another slice of ham, and fold the paper over, twisting the ends. Bake for 15 minutes in a moderate oven. Serve in the paper. Potted mackerel. Pound together an ounce of black pepper and 6 blades of mace. Mix with 2 ounces of salt and half an ounce of grated nutmeg. Rub thoroughly into pieces of fresh mackerel and fry in oil. Drain and put the fish in a stone jar. Fill with vinegar, and put 2 tablespoons of oil on top. Cover closely and let stand for 2 days before using. Fillets of mackerel with ravigote sauce. Cook the fillets of 4 fish in a buttered dish with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg and half a cupful of white wine. For the sauce, chop fine 4 shallots and put into a saucepan with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 4 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar. Reduce half by boiling and add a pint of white stock thickened with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, pour over the fish and serve. Mackerel with white wine sauce. Cook 3 fresh mackerel in a cupful of white wine with butter, salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, minced onion and parsley to season. Take out the fish and add 2 cupfuls of white stock to the gravy. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Pour the sauce over the fish. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake brown. Sprinkle with lemon juice and serve in a baking dish. Spanish mackerel salad. Drain the oil from a can of pickled Spanish mackerel and cut the fish in slices. Boil a bunch of red beets for half an hour in water to cover, then drain and bake for half an hour in a hot oven. Peel, slice thin, and cool thoroughly. Mix with the mackerel and add a bunch of radishes sliced thin and half a dozen sliced pickles. Surround with lettuce leaves and pour over a French dressing. Stuffed mackerel with anchovy sauce. Stuff the prepared fish with seasoned crumbs mixed with chopped shallots, parsley and mushrooms. Sew up and bake, basting with oil. Serve with cream sauce, seasoned with anchovy essence. German pickled mackerel. Skin, bone, and cut into pieces 4 pounds of fresh mackerel, and put it in layers into a stone jar, sprinkling each layer with pepper, salt, bay leaves, and sweet herbs. Cover with vinegar, seal firmly, and bake for 6 hours in a moderate oven. End of section 21.
How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 22. 5 Ways to Cook Mullet. Read for LibriVox.org by Laurie Ann Walden. Broiled mullet. Soak the cleaned fish for an hour in salted and acidulated water. Drain, wipe dry, split, rub with seasoned butter, and broil. Broiled mullets with melted butter. Rub prepared mullets with seasoned flour and broil, basting with olive oil as required. Serve with melted butter and minced parsley. Mullet à la Maître d'Hôtel. Clean 4 mullets and soak in olive oil to cover for 30 minutes with a bunch of parsley, a sliced onion, and salt and pepper to season. Drain, broil, and serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Baked mullet. Clean the fish and soak for an hour in salted and acidulated water. Drain, wipe dry, stuff with seasoned crumbs, sew up, rub with butter and put into a baking pan, adding enough hot water to keep from burning. Baste as required, and serve with any preferred sauce. Fried mullet. Cut the cleaned fish in convenient pieces for serving, and sauté in pork fat, or dip in egg and seasoned crumbs and fry in deep fat. End of section 22. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Al Hunt, Alberta, Canada, January 2007. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 23, 15 Ways to Cook Perch. Fried perch 1. Clean the fish, dip in flour, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in plenty of fat. Drain and garnish with lemon and parsley. Fried perch 2. Dip the clean perch in flour and fry brown in salt pork fat. Fried perch 3. Prepare and clean the fish, season with salt and pepper, dip in egg and cornmeal, and fry in deep fat. Broiled perch. Rub the prepared fish with butter, season with salt and pepper, and broil. Garnish with fried parsley and lemon. Boiled perch. Boil the cleaned fish with parsley, a tablespoonful of butter, and salt and pepper to season. Drain, strain the liquid, thicken with butter and flour, season to taste, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled perch with oyster sauce. Prepare and clean the fish and simmer until done in salted and acidulated water. Drain and serve with oyster sauce. Perch à la lamande. Put 2 large clean perch into a saucepan with 2 chopped carrots, a sprig of parsley, a celery root, a sliced onion, and a pinch of salt. Cover with white wine and simmer for 20 minutes. Drain and keep warm. Take out the onion, parsley, and celery root, add half a cupful of chopped mushrooms, and cook for 5 minutes. Cook with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour thickened together. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of 2 lemons, pour over the fish, and serve. Stewed perch à la batelière. Put 4 pounds of clean perch into a saucepan with salt and pepper to season, 2 sliced onions, a bunch of parsley, and claret and water in equal parts to cover. Simmer for half an hour, drain, remove the parsley, and thicken the sauce with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together. Add a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, the juice of half a lemon, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Perch à la française. Boil the perch in white wine, and when cooked, skin and arrange on a serving dish. Pour over a cream sauce, to which has been added chopped cooked carrots and mushrooms, and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Add also to the sauce a tablespoonful of butter and grated nutmeg, and lemon juice to season. Perch à la maître d'hôtel. Prepare according to directions given for Mullet à la maître d'hôtel. Perch à la Normandie. Prepare and clean the fish and put into a stewpan with a chopped onion, a bunch of parsley, a pinch of salt, and enough white wine to cover. Simmer for 15 minutes. Take up the fish and strain the liquid. Add 1 cupful of oyster liquor and boil the liquid until reduced half. Take from the fire, add 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour, cook together, stir until smooth, return to the fire, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add slowly the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Perch à la Sicily. Cook 3 or 4 large perch for 20 minutes with a bunch of parsley in salted and acidulated water. Put into a saucepan 1 tablespoonful of malt vinegar, 1 tablespoonful of tarragon vinegar, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, a small chopped onion, a bay leaf, and 4 peppercorns. Boil for 10 minutes, strain and cool. Cook together 4 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour. When brown, add a pint of beef stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the strained vinegar, the beaten yolks of 6 eggs, and 2 tablespoonfuls of grated horseradish. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Perch à la Stanley. Clean 4 large perch, put into a saucepan with a tablespoonful of butter and a small bunch of parsley, a pint of Rhine wine, a pint of white stock, and salt and pepper to season. Simmer slowly until done, drain and keep warm. Thicken the sauce with 2 tablespoons each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of a lemon and 3 tablespoonfuls of butter. Bring to the boil, add a dozen parboiled oysters, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked perch. Prepare and clean the fish. Stuff with seasoned crumbs and stew up. Bake with a little white wine and melted butter. Perch salad. Clean and boil the fish, drain and cool. Serve very cold on lettuce with mayonnaise. End of section 23.
Section 24 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 24. 10 Ways to Cook Pickerel. Boiled pickerel à la maître d'hôtel. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into pieces suitable for serving. Dip in seasoned oil, broil and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Fried pickerel 1. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into pieces suitable for serving. Dip in beaten egg and cracker dust and fry in deep fat. Fried pickerel 2. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into steaks. Dip in cornmeal and fry in hot fat. Add 1 cupful of cream to the fat remaining in the pan and thicken with 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Season with salt and pepper. Add a tablespoonful of minced parsley, pour over the fish, and serve. Fried pickerel with tomato sauce. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into pieces of a suitable size for serving. Dip in milk, roll in flour, and fry brown in plenty of hot lard. Drain and serve with tomato sauce. Fried pickerel à la crème. Clean the fish and cut into pieces suitable for serving. Roll in flour and fry diced salt pork crisp. Strain the fat. Fry the fish in it. Take up and keep warm. Add a tablespoonful of butter and a tablespoonful of flour to the fat remaining in the pan. When cooked, add enough cream to make the required quantity of sauce and a pinch of soda. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add the salt pork fat and pour over the fish. Baked pickerel 1. Lay the cleaned fish in a baking pan, spread with butter, season with salt and pepper, and sprinkle with flour. Bake as usual, basting with a cupful of hot water to which has been added a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of half a lemon. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked pickerel 2. Clean the fish, remove the backbone, and soak for an hour in a marinade of oil and lemon juice. Cover the bottom of a baking dish with thin slices of salt pork. Lay the fish upon the pork, rub the fish with butter, cover and bake for 40 minutes. Serve with hollandaise or tartar sauce. Baked pickerel with oyster sauce. Lay the fish in a buttered baking pan, spread with butter, season with salt and pepper, and dredge with flour. Bake in a hot oven, basting with a cupful of hot water to which a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of a lemon have been added. Serve with oyster sauce. Baked pickerel with egg sauce. Put the prepared fish in a buttered baking pan and bake slowly, basting with melted butter and hot water. Serve with egg sauce. Stuffed pickerel. Prepare, clean, and split the fish. Remove the backbone and stuff with crumbs. Season with salt, pepper, sweet herbs, and melted butter. Mix with a beaten egg, stuff the fish, sew up, and bake, basting with melted butter as required. Pickerel à la Babette. Butter a kettle and cover the bottom with sliced celery and onion. Lay the prepared and cleaned fish upon it. Add a bunch of parsley and a tablespoonful of butter. Season with salt and white pepper. Add a dozen peppercorns, a sliced lemon, a dozen pounded almonds, and cold water to cover. Simmer slowly until done. Take up the fish, beat the yolks of 3 eggs with a tablespoonful of cold water, take out the parsley, thicken the sauce, pour over the fish, sprinkle with parsley, and serve. End of section 24. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox, Spring 2007. Section 25 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 25. 20 Ways to Cook Pike. Fried pike 1. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into pieces suitable for serving. Fry brown in butter. Add to the butter a teaspoonful of anchovy essence, a bit of ginger root, a grating of nutmeg, salt and pepper to season, and add enough claret to cover. Simmer until tender. Add the juice of an orange and a teaspoonful of butter. Serve with sauce poured over the fish. Fried pike 2. Clean the fish and cut it into pieces suitable for serving. Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in oil. Fried pike à la Hollandaise. Clean the fish and cut it into steaks. Soak for 2 hours in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, seasoning with pepper, salt, minced parsley, and grated nutmeg. Drain, dip in flour, fry in lard, and serve with hollandaise sauce. Boiled pike with melted butter. Boil the fish with a bunch of parsley in salted and acidulated water to cover. Serve with melted butter, seasoned with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and lemon juice. Boiled pike with caper sauce. Prepare and clean a fish, put into a fish kettle, and simmer for 40 minutes in court bouillon to cover. Serve with caper sauce. Boiled pike with horseradish sauce. Boil a large fish in salted and acidulated water with a bunch of parsley. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour, add 3 cupfuls of cream, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and 3 tablespoonfuls of freshly grated horseradish. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled pike with egg sauce. Put the cleaned fish into a fish kettle and cover with cold water. Add half a cupful of vinegar, a teaspoonful each of cloves and peppercorns, a bay leaf, half a lemon sliced, and a tablespoonful of salt. Boil until the fins pull off easily. Take up and skin the fish carefully. Pour over an egg sauce, made with a portion of the liquid in which the fish was cooked. Boiled pike à la Dubois. Prepare and clean the fish and cook it in equal parts of white wine and water, adding minced carrots and celery, sweet herbs and parsley, half a dozen peppercorns, and salt to season. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of the liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked pike 1. Clean a 4-pound pike and put into a buttered baking pan with enough hot water to keep from burning. Score the upper side deeply. Cover with chopped salt pork, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and dredge with flour. Bake for half an hour, basting as required. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked pike 2. Put the cleaned fish into a buttered baking dish with 2 onions sliced, 2 bay leaves, pepper and salt to season, and 1 cupful of sour cream. Rub the fish with butter, sprinkle thickly with breadcrumbs and grated Parmesan cheese, and bake until brown. Pour the liquid remaining in the pan around the fish and serve. Baked pike à la Française. Marinate the prepared fish for 2 hours in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt, pepper, chopped onion, and minced parsley. Put into the oven in the marinade, adding 1 cupful of stock and a wineglassful of white wine. Bake slowly, basting as required. Take up the fish, strain the sauce, thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together, season with anchovy essence, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of caper. Pour over the fish and serve. Stuffed and baked pike. Clean and draw the fish, stuff with seasoned crumbs, sew up and put into a buttered baking dish in the form of a circle. Score the fish deeply. Sprinkle with pepper and salt, minced parsley, chopped onion, and chopped mushrooms. Add a cupful of sherry and a cupful of beef stock. Cover and bake, basting frequently with the liquid. Take up the fish carefully and add to the liquid enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, cooked brown in butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, lemon juice and red pepper, and anchovy essence to season. Pour over the fish and serve. Pike baked in sour cream. Clean a 4-pound pike, cut into steaks and free from skin and bone. Put into a buttered baking dish with 2 small onions, chopped, and 2 bay leaves. Season with salt and cayenne, add 1 cupful of sour cream, and bake. Put on a serving dish, cover with crumbs and dots of butter, and brown in the oven. Add enough stock to the liquid to make the required quantity of sauce, thicken with butter and flour, season, add a dash of lemon juice, pour around the fish, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Pike salad. Flake cold cooked pike with a silver fork. Mix with mayonnaise and chopped capers, and serve very cold on lettuce leaves. Roasted pike. Prepare a large fish, stuff with seasoned crumbs, and sew up. Spread with butter, sprinkle with chopped onion, minced parsley, minced pickle, and pounded anchovies. Sprinkle with salt and pepper. Put in a buttered baking dish and bake slowly for an hour, basting with melted butter as required. Add half a cupful of white wine and 1 cupful of white stock to the drippings. Thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the yolks of 3 eggs, beaten with the juice of a lemon. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Pike à l'Allemande. Prepare according to directions given for carp à l'Allemande. Crimp pike à la Hollandaise. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into steaks. Soak in ice water for 2 hours. Boil until tender in salted and acidulated water to cover, and serve with Hollandaise sauce. Pike à la Française. Cut a cleaned and prepared pike into thick steaks, and marinate for 2 hours in oil and lemon juice, seasoned with salt, pepper, minced onion, and parsley, and a pinch of sweet herbs. Drain, dip in crumbs, and broil. Serve with any preferred sauce. Pike à la Normandie. Clean and draw a large fish and tie in a circle. Put into a fish kettle with sliced onion, a bay leaf, a pinch of thyme, a sprig of parsley, and salt and pepper to season. Add 2 cupfuls each of white wine and white stock, and enough water to cover. Add a tablespoonful of butter, cover and simmer for 40 minutes. Take the fish, strain the sauce, and thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Strain over the fish and serve. Pickled pike. Draw and clean a pike, put into a fish kettle, cover with claret, add 3 bay leaves, and simmer until tender. Let cool in the liquor. Serve with French dressing, mayonnaise, or tartar sauce. End of section 25. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox, Spring 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 26. 10 Ways to Cook Pompano. Broiled Pompano 1. Clean and split the fish, sprinkle with salt and pepper, rub with butter, and broil. Squeeze lemon juice over it, and serve. Broiled Pompano 2. Split the fish, remove the backbone, season with salt and pepper, and put on a tin sheet. Rub with butter, and broil under the gas flame. Broiled Pompano 3. Clean and split the fish, rub with oil, sprinkle with salt and pepper, roll in crumbs, and broil. Broiled Pompano à la Maître d'Hôtel. Clean and split the fish, rub with salt, pepper, and olive oil, and broil. Serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Fried Pompano 1. Cut the cleaned fish into slices, dredge with flour, and fry brown in butter. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried Pompano 2. Cut the cleaned fish into strips, season with salt, pepper, and nutmeg, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Fillets of pompano. Cut a prepared and cleaned pompano into strips. Marinate for an hour in oil and vinegar, seasoned with salt and pepper. Drain, dip in crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs, and put in a buttered paper, and bake until done. Serve with tomato sauce. Fillets of pompano à la Duchesse. Cut a cleaned pompano into strips, sprinkle with salt, pepper, and onion juice, and put into a small baking pan. Steam until done. Take up carefully and spread each one with seasoned mashed potato mixed with well-beaten egg. Bake in the oven until puffed and brown, and serve immediately. Fillets of pompano au gratin. Split the fish in two lengthwise, and remove the bone and skin. Cut into strips. Season with salt, pepper, and butter. Roll up and tie or fasten with toothpicks or skewers. Simmer slowly until done in equal parts of white wine and water, adding a little maître d'hôtel sauce. Pompano à la Cardinal. Butter a baking dish and lay upon it a large, cleaned, and split pompano. Open a can of sweet Spanish peppers, drain, and cover the fish with them. Sprinkle with chopped onion, minced parsley, chopped mushrooms, crumbs, and dots of butter. Add 1 cupful of stock and a wineglassful of port wine. Bake for 20 minutes, basting as required. Take up carefully, and served with fried sweet potatoes. End of chapter 26.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Walton. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 27. 13 Ways to Cook Red Snapper. Fried red snapper. Clean the fish, skin, and remove the backbone. Slice lengthwise in long thin strips. Roll up and fasten with a toothpick or skewer. Dip in egg, then in cracker dust, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Boiled red snapper 1. Clean and draw the fish and boil slowly in salted and acidulated water to cover. Drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled red snapper 2. Clean a red snapper, sew it up in mosquito netting, and boil it in salted and acidulated water. Drain carefully, unwrap, and serve with tomato sauce. Baked red snapper 1. Prepare and clean the fish, stuff with seasoned crumbs and chopped oysters. Put on a buttered tin sheet and lay into a baking pan. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and flour, and bake for an hour, basting with melted butter and hot water as required. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked red snapper 2. Clean and season the fish, rub with vinegar, and put into a baking pan. Dot with butter, sprinkle with parsley, and bake, basting with melted butter and hot water as required. Serve with tomato sauce. Baked red snapper 3. Clean the fish, leaving the head on, and stuff with seasoned crumbs. Cover with sliced tomatoes and sliced lemon, and bake, basting occasionally with melted butter and hot water. Baked red snapper with tomato sauce. Season 4 pounds of prepared and cleaned red snapper with salt and pepper. Cover with thin slices of bacon, dredge with flour, and put into a buttered baking pan with 2 cupfuls of boiling water. Bake slowly. While it is baking, fry brown 2 slices of chopped bacon, add a chopped onion, a pepper pod, a can of tomatoes, and salt and black pepper to taste. Cook until it thickens, pour over the fish, and finish baking. Take up carefully. Baked red snapper à la Creole. Clean, split, and bone a large red snapper, lay it together again, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and put into a buttered baking pan. Fry in butter a chopped onion, half a dozen sliced mushrooms, 2 fresh tomatoes, and 1 green pepper chopped. Add a cupful of stock, spread over the fish and bake for 20 minutes, basting with melted butter and hot water as required. Take up carefully, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Stuffed red snapper. Make a stuffing of 1 cupful of chopped oysters, half a cupful of cracker crumbs, 1 egg well beaten, a teaspoonful of chopped onion, a tablespoonful of butter, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and salt, pepper, and paprika to season. Add cream or oyster liquor to make soft, fill the fish, and sew up. Put a layer of salt pork, sliced tomato, and sliced onion into a baking pan. Lay the fish upon it, cover with chopped salt pork, sprinkle with salt, pepper, and flour, add 2 cupfuls of stock, and bake for an hour, basting as required. Take up the fish carefully, rub the tomatoes and liquid through a puree sieve, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, pour around the fish, and serve. Stuffed red snapper à la Creole. Cook together a can of tomatoes, 6 chopped onions, a cupful of dry breadcrumbs, a tablespoonful of Worcestershire sauce, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, and salt, red, and black pepper to season. Stuff the prepared and cleaned red snapper with the mixture, sew up, spread with the remaining dressing, dot with butter, and bake for an hour. Take up carefully. Steamed red snapper. Lay a cleaned red snapper in a steamer on a bed of sliced tomatoes and chopped onion. Steam slowly for an hour or more, turning once. Serve with oyster or tartar sauce. Red snapper à la Babette. Clean the fish and rub with salt and pepper inside and out. Boil in salted water to which has been added a small bunch of parsley, a celery root, 2 sliced onions, a chopped carrot, and a blade of mace. When done, take up, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Strain the liquid, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, pour around the fish, and serve. Red snapper à la Beaufort. Put the prepared and cleaned fish into a fish kettle with a pint each of white wine, white stock, and water, adding salt and sweet herbs to season, and half a cupful of mixed vegetables cut fine. Simmer for an hour, drain, skin, and put on a serving dish. Strain the liquid, thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together, add a teaspoonful of beef extract, salt, and cayenne pepper to season. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 4 eggs, beaten with the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour over the fish, and serve. End of section 27.